Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Morning, honorable members. I would like us to start the meeting. I see we do have a good turnout. So I'd like us to start with a moment of silent prayer and meditation so that we can declare the meeting open. May we have a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. May we just get the honorable members, you can just show your faces as to mark the register of those who are present. Honorable Van Sale, welcome.
Morning.
Morning, Honorable Mkalipi, just your voice, I can't see your face, but let's see the other members.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Honorable Mkalipi. Shenge. Morning, Honorable Ngosi. You're muted, but it's okay. Any other member?
Okay, I'm here.
Welcome, Ngosi.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, is that Honorable Abuskachne? Good morning. I think we should proceed. We have requested an early start for this meeting so that you can accommodate the pressure of the minister. So may I then take this opportunity to welcome Minister and Deputy Ministers, the DG from COGTA, all of whom we have in attendance today. We also have a delegation from the Eastern Cape. Let me see if we have any specific apologies. Let's get the agenda flighted so that we can look at the apologies. Honorable Van Sale.
Thank you,
Shirin, please.
Chairperson. Can we just check quorum, please? Thank you.
That's fine. Let's have the agenda in the meantime as we look at the quorum issue. Shirin, let's look at the quorum.
Chairperson, we have 5 members in on the platform. I've just gotten hold of some of the members. They are struggling to connect, but they are trying to get onto the platform. But we do have 5 members in the meeting. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, you are muted. We can't hear.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't realize I'm muted. Yes, we have a few members who are struggling to get in. We will proceed in the meantime and hope that they're going to be able to join us. And so let's look at the agenda. Just move it up a little bit. Okay, there we are. Honorable members.
Chairperson, may I please ask that Shireen lets us know when we are in fact correct, because at this stage we are not.
All right. Do you want us to wait? I would have said we have quite a huge delegation present from the Eastern Cape, from the ministry and department. It would not be fair to keep them waiting for members who are going to be joining in the next couple of minutes. Let's just note that at this point we do have a few members that we're expecting, but let's have a look at the agenda and see whether we can't be in a position to proceed. Before we let me just ask Shireen, just give me a sense of the members that you have reached out to. Just send them through privately to me so I can see which way we
You are muted, Chairperson. You are muted.
Okay. Honorable members, I want to suggest that we proceed. The other members are going to be joining us because we don't have any one of them apologizing. We don't have any of them apologizing, but we will be able to get a sense in the next few minutes which members would have joined as we proceed. But I think we should proceed. Can we get the confirmation of the agenda? Do you have a mover for adoption of the agenda?
Yes, I move, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do you have a seconder?
Chairperson, if I may, this is quite a difficult meeting for us with the disasters that is happening, and for our members not to be on this platform is quite problematic. So I would like you to, when they do come online, give us because there's no recordings of apologies, and that is a big problem for me. So I'd like a full report on that, and I'm quite hesitant to second. Although we are only listening, a quorum is a quorum for a reason, and we have to constitute that quorum as a committee. So, Chairperson, I will take your guidance on this, but that is where we are standing at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Look, if you have, let me get a sense what the members feel. Honorable Mkhaliphi?
As much as I agree in the issue of the quorum, Chair, but I think the first item on the agenda and also the second item on the agenda and the third item on the agenda is very important. So what we can do, we can start with the meeting. When it comes to take decisions, let us not take decision in the absence of the quorum, but let us get a briefing from Eastern Cape Floods and also from the department, and then I'm sure other members will be joining the meeting. I just call others now. They just is on the way to the meeting, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You see, we are aware that the members are struggling to connect, but the fact that we have everyone ready, I would have suggested that we proceed with the meeting. There will obviously be no decisions taken at this point. We're just going to be having to get a discussion, which is not to delay all the delegations that are here, the minister and the whole department, the province of the Eastern Cape, just because of a few people who aren't here when in fact we need to get the information. I do agree with you. Ngosi Buthelezi?
Chair, I would like to support that we proceed and take a view then, because I think the first couple of items, I think we can proceed with them, especially in view of the fact that we started early for a reason, with all this heavy delegation we have today. So I support that we start, but monitor closely as we move down, because it's a presentation. It's always a bit easier to join the presentation than if there's a discussion which is going to trigger decisions.
Thank you very much, Nkosi. I don't think it is fair to the delegations, the minister and the provincial delegation, to delay them on an internal committee matter, which is internal administrative at this point. So let me then say we're going to proceed. Let me take this opportunity to firstly welcome Minister Hlabisa, deputy ministers who are here, the Director General, who is also here, and the whole delegation from COCTA. We will deal with your presentations a bit later. We intend to start with the delegation from the Eastern Cape. Of course, you'll all be part of this and be participating. However, at this point, let me then acknowledge the leadership from the provincial government of the Eastern Cape, MEC Williams for COCTA, MEC Mvogo for finance, and the delegations that are here. I'm going to allow us to be flexible on this matter. Whilst the provincial delegation will be making the presentation, I'd like to give the minister, if he would like to make some comments, because the matter is a matter that has been involving not only the province, but also National Department of COCTA. If you could just make that those opening comments, we will then invite the delegation from the Eastern Cape to make the presentation. Honorable Minister Hlabisa.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson Dr. Mkhize, and greetings to all members of the portfolio, the deputy ministers in the platform, the MEC, Zolile Williams, and all senior managers in the platform. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity for the ministry, together with Eastern Cape, to give the briefing on the interventions to the unfortunate situation that happened in Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, though differing in terms of fatalities in the Eastern Cape. We are working closely with the province, our disaster management team, the DG, Mr. Changana, and the Premier, together with the MEC of Eastern Cape. Our last meeting has been 2 days ago, where we were assessing progress in as far as the assessment is concerned, so that proper processes can follow as a way of intervention. We do have a substantive report which the chair will guide, because in most cases, our national disaster is working closely with the provincial disaster in terms of coordination, and DG Shangana on our side will lead once our section is required, and hopefully MEC Williams and his delegation will also do the same. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
That
Chair, we don't hear the minister. My
Oh, I
apologies.
see. No. I've been trying to check whether I have connection, that's a problem. Now, I can't hear the minister. It looks like he might have had a challenge. Maybe he has concluded, because I see he's muted. Minister, are you done?
Yes, Honorable Chair and colleagues, I am done. I concluded by saying our report, DG Shangana and his team will lead when it comes to that session. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Can I just check, just for, is there a prepared order between yourself and the Eastern Cape, or we can just take the Eastern Cape and then take your report afterwards? We would be keen to release the Eastern Cape and more issues with the ministry and with the minister and the department. Is there a particular suggestion you want to make?
Honorable Chair, DG Shangana and Dr. Stolle can respond on that question, whether it's a single report including both spheres of government or separate reports.
Okay, look, thank you very much, Minister. I just want to, if you have kept them separate, we'll deal with them as such. If they are all together, we'll deal with them as such. Let me just check. DG, is there any arrangement?
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to honorable members, Minister, honorable MECs. We have a consolidated report. It's a report that we've packaged together with Eastern Cape, and Dr. Stolle is going to lead us. The HOD will add, and then we'll hand back to the Minister and the MECs to conclude. It is a consolidated report, Chair.
Okay, let me get the MEC Williams. You want to give us some greetings, and then Just confirm if you're fine with that order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you. Greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee and the Honorable Minister, Velenkosini Shabisa, the Acting Premier of our province, MEC Mvoko, and the DG and all the officials in the meeting. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, indeed, our officials, Honorable Chair, have been working together since disaster started. We've been preparing one report, and therefore it's going just to be a duplication if they are separated, because they contain, especially if you look at the Eastern Cape, they contain same information. So we are attuned to that single report, Honorable Chair. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and the DG and the Minister are correct that we have a consolidated report. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. It suits us much better that way, and I'm happy that's the way you have put it together, because we're dealing with one disaster and one government response, and so it makes it very easy for us if we take it that way. Minister has given his introductory remarks. DG, please take the process on, and let's allocate whoever needs to make the presentation. We'll all be following after that, and thereafter we'll come back to get the MECs to make comments, and then the deputy ministers and minister to come in, and then we can have our discussion. Please proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kabazela. I'm going to ask Dr. Stolle to lead us in the presentation. Dr. Stolle, please take it away.
Thank you very much, DG. Morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Minister and Deputy Ministers, MECs, Acting Premier of the province, DGs, HODs, colleagues. Chair, we have agreed at a technical level that I would lead a presentation, and the HOD and his team from Eastern Cape will then come in and then add if there are any gaps which we are going to leave. Chair, we are presenting the update on the coordination of response measures for the extreme weather events and flooding in the country, but specifically in this case, we'll be focusing on the Eastern Cape. The next slide, oh, why is my slide not moving? Yes, the next slide, the purpose of the presentation is to present progress to the Portfolio Committee on the multi-sectoral efforts in the rollout of the humanitarian relief and also the response measures within the affected communities. The next slide, Chair, we're presenting the early warnings as and when we have received in the South African Weather Services, also indicating from our side in terms of what we did during the time, making sure that all the disaster management structures were activated across all the spheres of the of government, but also the communication and community mobilization task team is facilitating the communication and regular issuing of the messages to the public. Then the next slide, Chair, in this slide, we are presenting...
Excuse me, Dr. Stolle?
Yes, Chair.
Dr. Stolle?
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me? Chair, can you hear me?
I'm just checking whether it's my signal or your signal that's struggling.
I think it's yours, Chair. We can hear him loud and clear. I think your network is a bit unstable.
Yeah, on my part as well is very loud and clear, Chair.
On mine as well, Chair.
Okay, I think my signal was faltering. Please proceed, Dr. Stolle.
Thank you very much, Chair. In this slide, Chair, we are presenting the structures which we have activated to manage this event. There is a ICDM, that is the structure, which is chaired by the minister. All the cabinet members and MECs of provinces, they are participating. We have also activated on the left-hand side the NGFCC, that is the National Joint Flood Coordination Committee, which is chaired by myself, but also we have activated the extended NGFCC, which is chaired by our DG. There are other technical task teams which we have activated to manage these operations on the ground. The next slide, we are now focusing on the Eastern Cape, the effect of the incident and the multi-sectoral collaborative response efforts. This one, Chair, this slide, we are presenting that whilst on the 9th until the 10th of June, the incident features across the province and Amatole and OR Tambo district municipality were the hardest hit areas. The impact of the incident is multifold, where we've seen the loss of lives, where families were displaced, the damaged infrastructure, and some of the households were homeless because of the houses were washed away or destroyed. We've also seen the loss of the livestock, the learner missing examination. Also, we've seen the disruption of basic services such as water and electricity, but also we've experienced the disruption in terms of the healthcare, amongst others. The province, through the DDM approach and also in line with the National Disaster Response Standard Operating Procedure, as well as the collaboration with the non-governmental organization, have activated response system and also the mechanism to mitigate the effect of this disaster. 95 people have been confirmed dead. This morning, Chair, we've since received the update, but the HOD will confirm later. The number is 97, 23 of which are school-going children. Of the 93, which is the previous figure, deceased persons, 86 bodies have been identified and claimed. There are 3 children amongst those not yet recovered. Burial have commenced and burial support that is being provided. It includes ID replacement. There's also the mobile unit by the Department of Home Affairs, which is stations closer to the affected communities so that it's able to support the community in terms of the ID replacement. But also we have got the role of SASSA. I'll present in the other slides the work which SASSA is doing in that space. But in this case, we're saying SASSA funeral support funding, but also education, funeral support to families of the deceased learners. Also, SASSA provided also groceries to needy families. And also there was an attendance by the leadership in terms of visiting those affected communities and also other services as per needs of the affected families. Chair, as we have reported in terms of the damaged infrastructure, the infrastructure damage assessment has been finalized in our previous meetings of the technical team. We agreed that last week we'll make sure that we conclude on the assessment so that we can have figures and then we're able to start now with the reconstruction. The cost of repairing damaged infrastructure is estimated 5.1 billion and then 3.2 billion across sector departments and 1.8 billion for municipal infrastructure as per MISA assessment. A total of 6,869 households have been affected, of which 4,724 have been left homeless across the province, with the exception of the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, while 2,145 homes were partially damaged. 461 million is required for the temporary residential units. The province has 120 million rand. Then the next slide, let me just move. There's a block here which is blocking me. Let me see whether I can move it. Sorry about that, Chair. Okay, so I'm trying to move this block. It's blocking me, but in any way, let me not waste time because we shared the presentation. As an emergency response, road clearance commenced, and currently 51 roads are still impassable in Kraalfontein, which is 29 roads, and in OR Tambo, 21 road repairs are underway, and further repair teams will be on site as from the 23 of June, which is actually yesterday, using the internal capacity. In the meantime, alternative routes are being used. Chairperson, homeless people are housed both in mass care centers, 1,353 in total, and in temporal emergency accommodation, there are 122 in total. Prioritization the most vulnerable groups because housing people in this kind of situation, we said let's prioritize the elderly, women, the children, especially the young ones. Multiple donors continue to provide support. We've seen a lot of donations being donated to those affected municipalities, but also from our side there as NDMC, there are quite a number of donations which we have received, and then we are making arrangement to transport these donations. The Eastern Cape is in the process of prioritizing the beneficiary list for the homeless household. The process will be concluded by the end of the week. A total of 431 schools and 669 health facilities have been affected at varying degrees. Assessment have been completed and reprioritization to start to repairs is underway. An order amounting to 9 million rand has been issued for emergency repairs to health facilities, and repair work to the value of 600,000 has been completed. Emergency response already provided to the affected families that include psychosocial support, humanitarian aid, burial support, bringing critical government services to the people. For example, like your primary health care, as we have indicated, the mobile home affairs unit, bring it closer to the community, provision of shelter to the homeless families. Electricity, Chair ESCOM, they've been reporting in the previous meeting in terms of the restoration of the electricity. Electricity and power supply has been restored to over 80% customers. Water supply has been restored in OR Tambo, District Municipality, and Namatole, which were hardest hit. Then the immediate issues share, which wanted to focus, and this issue was raised also in the ICDM, is to make sure that urgently we make sure that we repair the education facilities, but also there is a repair of the road infrastructure. Also making sure that urgently we make sure that we repair the municipal infrastructure, and also we continue providing the humanitarian support that also include the donations management, so that later we don't have a situation where there's finger pointing, but also repair of the health facilities, clearing of undrivable roads, provision of livestock feeds to affected farmers, because we've seen the in some of the municipalities quite a lot of livestock which were affected. Those are the immediate issues which we want to focus so that we can bring the life of the communities to the normality. There are also key emerging risks that include expiry of the 30 days provision of accommodation prior to the securing of land for provision of houses to the homeless, but also the longer stays in the TAs and mass care facilities, resulting in meal provision challenges, but also new cold front hitting some areas of the province in the next few days. We have received an early warning from South African Weather Services indicating the issues of the cold front. Also, we are also making sure that we manage the issue of potential diseases breakout in mass care centers, because you'll Chair, there's always a potential outbreak of disease in mass care center because of how people they live in those centers. Also, there's immediate intervention required to mitigate emerging risk, include prioritization of the TRU's provision where land is available by the Department of Human Settlement, but also we've received a letter from Eastern Cape requesting the extension of the search and rescue teams coming from South African SNDF, and then we have engaged the net joints so that they are able to extend the operation of the search and rescue team. Also, the special concession of the extension of SASSA SRD services to the homeless, specifically in the temporary emergency accommodation and also in the mass care facilities. But also the special concessions for the extension of the 30 days accommodation in the temporary emergency accommodation facilities. Chairperson, let me indicate that these are very delicate issues which we are managing them very closely, because any mistake which we make it here, we'll find ourselves actually defending ourselves out there in terms of the communities that we don't care. There's also the medium to long-term needs, which entails the following: the funding of the municipal infrastructure over the MTF period and beyond, but also making sure that the preparation of farmers for the next cropping season, which is very, very important, but also as part of the medium to long-term needs, the provision of long-term housing solution for homeless families. Here, Chair, we're presenting the statistics in terms of the search and rescue and recoveries, which has happened in those affected municipalities, but also we're presenting the affected household, the number per municipalities, but also we are indicating the affected sectors in relation to the provincial and national government, but also the affected services. But also we are indicating the issues of the Home Affairs in terms of what work they are doing in the space. So this is the provincial overview as from the 9th until 10 June for the disaster incident. So when you go to under the search and rescue recovery, 38 people rescued, 93 deceased, 86 identified and collected. As I've reported, Chair, that the number, it has changed. And out of 93, 23 pupils and 3 missing school-going children, which are pupils. These are the teams, Chairperson, I'm not going to go blow by blow, but I must indicate that we have really a multi-sectoral teams effort in terms of assisting the affected municipalities from the EMS, from the SAPS, EMS, Air Wings, Department of Health, Forensic Unit, SAPS, SNDF. We've also have the Umtata Mounting Unit from SAPS, and then also the Fire and Rescue Services from the municipalities and also other law enforcement agencies. Here is the total number of the affected household, total damaged household. This information, Chair, we receive it from the Department of Human Settlement. It is our source. Here are the numbers. The total is 4,724. And then partially damaged houses is 2,145, which means these are roofs damages. When we talk about partially damaged, the total affected is 6,869. Those are the numbers which have been accommodated to those accommodation which we have indicated. Those are the sectors which have been affected: education, health, transport, water and sanitation, human settlement, agriculture, and home affairs. under local municipality, those are the municipalities which has been affected. The affected services we've seen also when we visited with the minister, the impact of this flood in the water infrastructure, also in the electricity infrastructure, roads and bridges, health and education. The infrastructure damages is amount very high, 3.2 billion for sector departments and 1.8 for municipal infrastructure, as per assessment by MISA. This one, Chair, is a pictorial demonstration in terms of before and after. So we are just demonstrating in terms of where the settlement was before the floods, and then after the floods, you can see the impact there. And these photos, we receive it from our stakeholders, which is South African National Space Agencies. The next one, also pictorial format, is the same. We've received it from the South African National Space Agency. We're working with them. This one is more focusing in the Butterworth. Also before and after disaster as well, you could actually see the impact of this flood as well. Also the same, the next slide, still photos received from the South African Space Agency, specifically for Butterworth. You see before and also after the impact. We've made a cycling with a red cycling there to indicate the impact of the floods in those areas. Then the next slide, this one, we're presenting the issue of the work which the forensic services they've been doing in the space. There are 93 bodies recovered, of which 69 are at Umtata Forensic Mortuary. The youngest in Umtata is an infant which is about 12 months old. Provincially, 86 bodies have been identified and collected. There are 6 bodies uncollected with no ID numbers. There are no foreign nationals identified thus far, Chairperson. Reception areas where counseling services by the Department of Social Development and Health are offered to families as they identify their relative is set up in Umtata. Those are the numbers which we have identified in terms of which municipality actually where these bodies they were actually recovered, and also where they're coming from. Then the next slide, oh, sorry, before I go to the next slide, yes. Then the next slide, in the next slide, this is the Eastern Cape Health budget. Here we are indicating the immediate and the medium term and the total cost, and whether do we have any funds, where is the source of funds, and then we'll also indicate in terms of what other measures we are going to put in place. You see on the left-hand side, we've indicated the impact to the infrastructure, and then also the machinery and the equipment, and also the personal cost, and also travel and logistic, which has been spent in the space. Total cost which has been spent is 87 million. Sources of funds is a 2% disaster allocation on on ES, and also top up required from the health facility grants. And under the right-hand side is 610 worth of damages from broken windows, flooding inside the building, and also 9 million worth of orders issued to contractors. Also under the machinery and equipment, there's also under the source of fund reprioritized from the National Territorial Service grants. Chairperson, the classification also allow sector department to reprioritize that budget, but also their grants as well. So under the note, damage to the MRI scan machines at the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital, and the repair to the generator at the NAAH. Also, there's a purchase of the new equipment, including generators damaged during the period of the power outage, specifically in the KSD. will be considered in the medium term. Those are the personal costs in that regard. The next slide, we are presenting, I'm using also the note here so that we are presenting here the statistics from and the cost from the Department of Education, focusing on the OR Tambo Inland and Amatole East, Alfred Nzo East, and also OR Tambo Coastal. The largest impact overall, we're indicating schools affected, also the classroom and learners, and then also the total cost. You see the cost is actually, it is quite very high, which indicate that a lot of schools, they have been affected in that regard. But just quickly, not to go blow by blow now, is also just to indicate that districts with lower infrastructure impact is a Kraalfontein West. Only one school affected, 7 classrooms, and also 85 learners, which is around close to 1 million. Also, under Sarah Bartman, we've got 9 schools there. Under Amatola West, we've got 7 schools there. All in all, if you, the last block there, Chair, you see the Education Trust and the number of schools which have been affected, which is 413, and also number of classroom damage, which is 1,471, and number of learners affected, very high, which is 48,000, and repairs and the high-level estimate, this is more or less the estimate for now. There might be changes in terms of the figures as we move forward. The next slide is the slide where we're presenting the impact and also the immediate relief to learners, because we want to make sure that the school continues, even though we know that it might be not 100% perfect, but the schooling must continue. Under the OR Tambo Inland, 492 learners lost uniforms and stationery. I must indicate, Chair, that there's a lot of work by Department of Social Development to make sure that these schools who have lost the uniforms and stationaries also they received the uniform back so that they can actually continue with the schooling. Uniform sets and stationaries will be delivered by the weeks ending on the 27th of June 2025. Missed June exam scheduled for the 23rd of June, yesterday. Those are the subjects, the agriculture science and economics, and also grade 12 to be scheduled. Number of learners of uniforms and stationaries, Chair, as I've indicated, those are the schools, and then the number of learners who have been affected in relation to the uniform. On the right-hand side, we're indicating the confirmed death and missing learners. Then the next slide, we're presenting the psychosocial support provided by the Department of Social Development and SASSA under King Sabata, Dalinkiebo local municipality. 5 teams comprised of 7 social workers established. They're already working in the space. 206 people already assessed. In Jambo High School, it was visited to provide the psychosocial support. 11 social workers dispatched to provide containment at the Mthatha Forensic Unit, working jointly, as we've indicated, with the Department of Health. 36 families supported and assessed. Also, as we've indicated, the support which SASSA provided, and also some of the social support provided by SASSA and Department of Social Development. 41 families with 62 deceased profiled, trauma containment provided, 187 survivors of floods without IDs identified, an application for reissued lodged by Department of Home Affairs awaiting approval of waiver. Let me also indicate here, Chair, that with the classification as we have classified this event as a national event, any persons going to the Department of Home Affairs, they don't need to pay any money, because automatically they will use the classification waiver any cost, the Department of Social Development. Also, procurement of food parcels and processes and processing of food vouchers for the bereaved families is underway. 296 sanitary dignity packs were distributed, and also 58 death certificates issued. Under Inguza Hill local municipality, 202 families assessed for psychosocial support and also need food parcels, and the baby formulas and mattresses, they were also provided as well. In Nyandeni, 40 assessed for psychosocial support needs and impact. We've seen a chair because some of the areas do have mud structures. Those are things also which, in our space of disaster management, working with our stakeholders, we definitely focus to make sure that as and when these houses collapse, we're working with our stakeholders to assist the community with the emergency accommodation. In Port St. John, 133 families assessed for psychosocial support, and also the impact to these families in Mhlonto local municipality, 233 assessed for psychosocial support. Then the next slide, still focusing on issues of the psychosocial support in Amatole, Afrenzo, Krisani, Sarta Bartman, as we've indicated that the Department of Social Development SARS dispatched the social workers. Those are the number of social workers dispatched, and these are the numbers of families assisted in the space as well. Dignitary packs also provided to the shelter families, 32 sanitary packs, 225 blankets, and 210 mattresses distributed. 131 learners have been assessed by SASSA for school uniforms, as I've reported in the previous slide, and then procurement is underway. 72 survivors' application for issuing of IT document launched by the Home Affairs and are awaiting the waiver. Also in Afrenzo, those are the numbers and the support provided in Krisani, also in Sarah Bartman. The total summary of the interventions, total assessed families, 1,139 chairperson. The total number of application for reissuing of identity document is 259, and the total budget is 2.7 million. Then we are now moving to the Department of Transport, where we're presenting the number of damaged roads and also the bridges and the value of those damages. And also, as we've indicated in our previous meeting, encouraging department to reprioritize and then indicating in terms of what they've reprioritized, and also the 2% disaster allocation, and then also they're indicating the shortfall. In Afrenzo, number of roads damaged is 47, Amatole 32, Krisan 11, Ejokabi 8, and Oartambe is 44. All in all is 146. Total number of bridges, very, very important, because we don't know now, sometimes even in winter we're experiencing floods, and we never know in the next month what's going to happen. So we need to make sure that the communities are not cut off. Under Afrenzo, we've got 3 bridges damaged, Amatole 20, Buffalo City is 1, Krisani 30, Jokabi 0, Ortambo is 9, all in all is 63. Total value of damages is 935 million. Then the reprioritization is 47 million. And the 2%, as we've indicated, disaster allocation is 55 million. And the shortfall is 832 million. I'll then move to the next one. We're still under the Department of Transport. Here, just demonstration what I presented in the previous slide, but also indicating now where exactly these roads they are located. I will just skip this slide then, Chair. Then also here, the next slide is also the same, indicating in terms of number of impassable roads, which is 51, in Ortam is 22, in Krisani is 29. The narratives is just narrating what I presented in the previous slide. Then also we're still under the Department of Transport, indicating the impassable roads and also the interventions which have been provided in this in the space. In Amatole, specifically in Ituchwa, where the roads were not accessible, now it is accessible. The intervention, the blending will be done. Bridge accessible now that water has subsided. In terms of the remarks, access restored and the long-term repairs required. Under Amatole, the bridge has been cleared and temporarily backfilling has been conducted and the road is open for public. Then also under Amatole, blading and reshaping. Also the access has been restored and the bridge is open in the Ngana. The bridge is open for public and backfilling on the damaged areas has been completed. The same, moving to the next page, here we're indicating in terms of the repair schedules, when it's going to begin. We've indicated the 23rd of June, which is yesterday. So they are actually boots on the ground to make sure that we do all the repairs in those damaged infrastructure. The same things here. I'll just move also to this other slide. Okay, then we move also to where roads, they are impassable and there are alternative routes, and the road closure are being implemented in Krisani District Municipality on the following roads while in-house teams implement repairs. Those are the roads chair, which has been identified in those affected municipalities. But I must indicate that there's a good work which is happening in the space by the Department of Transport. Then now we're moving to the Department of Agriculture, the affected district, which is the Ortambo, Amatole, Afrenzo, Krisani, Ejokabi. The interventions are as follows: assisted with damage assessment, assisted with veterinary services, assisted with technical advice. We have got livestock affected, the infrastructure, which has also been affected, and the machinery. And then all in all, these are the figures with 37 million, which is required to make sure that the farmer's life continue as normal. Then also still under the Department of Agriculture, here we're indicating the impact into the crops, different vegetations, and also to the livestock, and then also indicating the value, which actually the farmers, they've suffered in Amatole, Oratambo district, in Mbashe, and Krisani. You see under Amatole is 14 million, also 40 million under Mbashe, under Oratambo district is 21 million, and then under Krisani is 750. Then the next one is the ESCOM. I presented chair in the previous slide that when we started, when the floods affected the municipalities in the Eastern Cape, a lot of ESCOM infrastructure were affected, but fortunately the team from ESCOM, they've been working around the clock to make sure that they restore the services. Those are the areas which were affected. I can indicate now, Chair, that under the restoration details is that 80% of the services has been restored to customers. So which is actually is a good progress in the space. They're not stopping, the process is still continuing. It's still under ESCOM, indicating in terms of the in terms of the restoration, electricity was restored to 80% customers to those areas which were affected under Umtata and surrounding areas, and also in Olawat North and also surrounding areas, and also in Maitatiela, and also in surrounding areas as well. Okay, then the next slide is the Department of Human Settlement. Chair, safe to say that there's a lot of work which is happening in the space, because a lot of people, they were displaced as a result of the floods, and we needed to house a lot of people in the community hall and then also to other structures. So there's a lot of work which is happening in the space of human settlement. 4,724 households to be provided with the TRUs. 2,145 households to be provided with building material after the completion of the assessment. Plan completion is the 31st of June. The maximum rate per unit is 12,000. Permanent solution check will be provided on availability of funding and the service land and based on the qualifying beneficiaries. In Muma local municipality has been identified land for 1,100 temporary structures will be erected to accommodate the homeless. The land identified by the KSD will accommodate 100 TRUs. However, the municipality is currently identifying more land parcels. Land verification undertaken by COGTA Spatial Planning, KSD, and the Departmental Human Settlement team require further review, which will take place on the 20th of June in terms of the functionality together with other stakeholders. There's a need for the reconciliation in that regard. Also, the National Department of Human Settlement will deploy officials who work with the municipality to facilitate the acquisition of identified land parcels. This issue, Chair, we're also managing it very delicate because we want to make sure that we conclude this process as a matter of urgency so that we can actually make sure that we allocate those TRUs to those affected communities, because it's really not nice if it's cold and they're still in the community halls. Also, ESCOM and local municipalities will provide electricity to the erected TRUs. The barrier arrangements, Chair, also this matter is very sensitive. So the team, there's a team from the province of the Eastern Cape, of course, working with the national teams and other departments, making sure that we bury people with dignity as well. We have received a lot on my side as well, a lot of calls from private sector, from funeral parlors to say they want also to become involved. So there are really a lot of support which we've received from the private sector to make sure that we bury people with dignity as well. So, but here are those are the number of burials and then also the places of burial as well. Then in terms of the support and donation management, this one, again, Chair, we're also managing it very delicate. We've seen it during COVID. We've seen it in the 2022 floods, where after everything is done, then now people they start pointing fingers in terms of there was a corruption going on, that kind of donation never actually received by the communities and so on. So here we have a system where each and every thing, how small it is going to be recorded and make sure that we publicize to the communities to say, so and so X extra donated YZY. Now, we have this support and donations received from international organizations like your international pledges, where they say they want to donate something, but also the UN interventions, the team from UN. I was informed that they've been coming closer to the province to say how best they can work with the province during disaster, but also after the disaster as well. Our involvement as a national, we've classified events. They will also provide support in terms of the grants to those affected municipalities, but of course allowing the provincial sector department and local municipalities to reprioritize as well. Working very closely with traditional leadership, because is in the way where these people they have to be relocated in the Zamakos and then we have to make sure that the traditional leadership they are part of us. NGOs we've seen Alimdad, Gift of the Givers, many organizations which have come on board to make sure that they support. They provided the support, the donation that are continuing to come. Community-based organizations, church-based organizations, they've come on board. Private sector, last week I received a call from Pepsi, a group executive and the chairperson of Pepsi Group to say they wanted to become involved in the Eastern Cape. We provided them with the classification because they said they want to take their classification to the board so that the board can give them mandate so that they can actually assist the Eastern Cape. So we are managing this process, Chair. We are very closely so that we don't have any loose ends at the end of this whole exercise. Then the next slide, I'll be very quick now, Chair. I know I'm running out of time. In this one, I'm not going to go blow by blow, but safe to say these are the organizations which they've donated. In the ICDM, there was a suggestion for ministers to say we might need to come to the point where either the minister and then we call the media and then we thank all those organizations which they have donated to say thank you very much for your support to the communities. So and so donated X, so and so donated Y. Then move to the other slide. Also, these are the organizations which they've donated to those affected municipalities. Then we're moving now to support also donations by COGTA PDMC. As much as we are saying let's work with other organizations, but I can indicate that also as PDMCs as part of COGTA, there are also a lot of support and procurement which they've made in the space. I've presented in terms of the Alimdad, what is in the space, and then also Mr. Brett as well. Then the next slide.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mkalipi.
Before the leadership here continue, what is PDMC? Maybe it's very important just to tell us so we cannot come back and ask question one by one.
Which one?
Okay. Okay, let me apologize, Honorable Chair. PDMC is a Provincial Disaster Management Center. So when we say COGTA/PDMC, we're saying PDMC because it's normally it's part of the of COGTA department. So it is a Provincial Disaster Center. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Honorable Mkalipi, okay.
Yes, Chair, yes.
Proceed, Dr. Stolle.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are now, yeah, okay, I got it here. Okay, we're now in terms of the spatial planning and the land availability. Also, let me just try to do justice on this slide, was very important. This report provides an overview of the designated land intended for the relocation of disaster-affected communities. The relocation aimed to facilitate safe and sustainable resettlement, ensuring that all those affected municipalities, your KSD, or Tambo, COGTA, ESCOM, and there's other departments, including the Rural Development and Department of Human Settlement, are actively engaged and have agreed to the proposed site for the relocation. The recent disasters, including floods and other environmental hazards, have necessitated the urgent relocation of affected communities. This one, Chair, let me just also emphasize on this one. We visited the affected area with the Minister and the MEC from Eastern Cape. People actually, they built, 10 meters away from the stream. And then we end up saying that it's high time that all these communities who reside next to the riverbanks, especially in the floodplain areas, we need to find a way to relocate those people, because some people, they invade land and they build houses there. And those are big houses. So it's a big investment which these communities are making. So it's just all the department work together with the municipalities so that we don't find ourselves in the same space moving forward. To address this, a suitable land parcel have been identified to serve as a new settlement area, minimizing future risk and enabling community rebuilding. The identified land is under claim, but there's also work which is happening in the space by the Department of Human Settlement, working with the AMACOs, working with the municipality in that space. Those are the areas, portions of land, which has been identified, and then indicating in terms of the size of that identified land as well. Okay. Also, this area, it depicts the area which has been identified. If I'm not mistaken, HOD, this area I recognize the road is moving. If you are driving towards the airport, I think that's the one. But the HOD will confirm that one when it comes in. Then we move. There's another issue, Chair, which was also raised in other meetings with the ministers in terms of the criteria considered when we are identifying land and also maybe when we are housing people. These are the criteria: the accessibility, availability and ownership, the size and the capacity, the terrain and topography, because you don't want now to go and relocate people in the floodplain. So there's another assessment which need to be conducted in the space as well. Your environmental conditions as well, considering of flood zones and other natural hazards as well. These are the stakeholders involved in that space. Also, in terms of the establishment of the multi-sectoral task team to oversee the planning and the implementation, which is very important, develop a detailed project timeline with clear milestone so that we avoid a situation where we continuously dealing with the incident and then we don't have any closure. I think that issue was raised by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana. Also finalize legal land transfers and ownership documentation, engage communities earlier to foster trust and cooperation, monitor and evaluate progress regularly. Also the issue of collaborative planning and effective coordinations. Also identify land will provide a safe and sustainable environment for disaster victims to rebuild their life. Quickly on this one, still under the Department of Human Settlement, the financial implication of the TAs in OR Tambo is estimated at 134,000, charge 500 per room for 67 rooms, starting from the 17th, ending the 20th of June. And then the financial implication for Nguma in terms of the TAs is estimated 120,000. That one is charged 600 per bed for 40 people, starting from the 17th to 20 June. And in Nguma, land in Bethel College area. And also temporary shelters will be provided on availability of funding and service land. But let me qualify the statement to say there is a process which is in place in terms of the procurement of the land. The district municipality are providing water and sanitation for Amatol and OR Tambo areas. SASA is currently providing meals to mass care centers and TAs 3 times a day. And the duration for stay in TAs is 30 days. The criteria for the movement of TAs is elderly, women with children. Now, these TAs, maybe, let me put it in a very diplomatic way, is some sort of accommodation where it was made available and the department is paying to those, to that accommodation. But the criteria in terms of who must move into those accommodation is the elderly, women with children, and then those children must be under 2 years old. But also person with disability and people very, very sick and really need the kind of a care where they can survive in a normal community hall or any other structure. Good. Let me quickly move on here as well. We are still under human settlement here. We're indicating the municipalities, the affected number of affected people, and the people who are homeless, and then also partially affected infrastructure. Under the comments, Chair, they were indicating some of the work which I've already presented in the previous slide as well. So I'm not going to repeat it here in the slide. Also, the next slide, still talk to Afran Zo. We've talked to these figures. We've talked to South Department figures. And the next one is the municipal infrastructure assessment. Here we're indicating the municipal infrastructure, you will recall, Chair, in the beginning of the presentation, we did indicate that there are infrastructure from the municipality which were affected. So these are the municipalities, Oortamba, Matol, and Afrenzo, and their cost is 4 billion. And then the MISA cost verification for now, the estimate is 1.8. And then also in terms of the roads and then the impact of the water and sanitation and electricity, and then also in terms of the recreation facilities, and those are the totals in that regard. Then also, this is now the provincial overview in terms of all the cost. I'm not going to go blow by blow into those ones as well. Quickly on this one is the damage infrastructure. The next one is the damage infrastructure from the Department of Health. All in all is 87 million to those affected municipalities. The next one is the Department of Water and Sanitation. Those are the areas which were affected and the municipalities which are affected. But I must indicate that we've made sure that in terms of the water provision must be restored as a matter of urgency because water is life. So I must indicate that access to clean drinking water normalized in almost all areas of Mthatha. The airport is affected by damaged pipeline. In Oortambo District Municipality Technical Team is on site undertaking repairs to be restored by 23rd of June 2025. In Coffee Bay, the water treatment works not yet operational due to electrical challenges and wash-away pipes. Access to plants is a challenge due to bridge and road damages. Also in Port St. John, Matlakala plant badly damaged, affecting around 10 villages outside Port St. John towns. In Nyandeni, still the water treatment plant works. In Mhlanga, specifically the Mhlanga one, non-operational due to electrical damages affecting Libonde town and surrounding villages. Bohor reinstated and are providing some limited supply to town. And those are the areas actually which have been provided, where the water tanker, 4 of them, they were actually provided to assist the communities within 1 or 2 months. Also, the Amatola water technical team on standby to ensure alignment of remaining tow motors when delivered by suppliers. In terms of the assessment and verification are completed, the estimated cost is 74 million, specifically focusing on water and sanitation as per the report coming from MISA. Also under the Amatore district, specifically under the Butterworth water treatment works, fully functional, although backup pump still under repairs. Access clean drinking water restored in Butterworth, with exception of high-lying areas. And in Bashe, electrical problems resolved in all plants, specifically to those villages which has been identified there. The Ngawuka village that has been affected by washed away pipes. Then this is the timeline, Eastern Cape Plan action, because we said that we can't do this thing forever without actually clear marching order and also the timeline and action plans. These are the resolve areas, resolve issue of land claims in KSD. The time frame is 30 July 2025. They extend the TAs beyond 30 days pending land availability. The deadline is 30 June 2023. The department responsible, the Department of Human Settlement, extend provision of hot meal by SASA. The deadline there is 27 June 2025. Extension, we've done this one. Extension of SNDF, SAPS, EMS is the 23rd of June, which is yesterday, 2025. Provision of long-term solution for the homeless families is 1 April 2026. Funding for municipal infrastructure over MTF and beyond is 30 June. Let me indicate maybe the extension of the SNDF. Normally, when we have floods, and the people that have drowned or they're washed away and they're underwater. Your first week is more like your rescue because the team have to make sure that they use the technology or they shall go into the water and actually search for the bodies. But when we move into the second week, the third week, the bodies start to decompose, and then they start to pop up. Then that's why this last week and this week is critical for the rescue team, because you could easily also identify some of the bodies which you might have missed in the process of the rescue operations. Okay, this one, Chair, we thought let's also, I'll be quick on this one. We thought let's also indicate the process which we have been taking, which we have been managing it from our side. I'm not going to go into detail on this one. Let me just indicate is a process flow, this one, which we normally manage disasters as and when they happened, where if the disaster occurs or is threatened to occur, or will normally get the early warning from South African Weather Services to say there will be floods coming, then we'll then distribute those early warnings. But then if it happens, then we will be in the stage where we do your relief, your response measures, and we do the assessment and also reporting, and also they would then start putting together the reports coming out from those assessments, making sure that those reports that comply with the grant framework so that they're able to be submitted to the PDMCs, and then PDMCs, the Provincial Disaster Centers, then they submit to the National Disaster Centers. So that is more or less your process flow. I'll just jump on this one as well. On this one is also the process which we use and undertook when we're going through the process to make a decision in terms of either event can be classified by the head, or we can also recommend to the minister whether the event can be declared as a national state of disaster or whatever level the event fits. Then also this one, I'll be quick on this one. I've already presented on this one, Chair, but maybe just at the high level to say we've got phases when we are managing disasters. Your immediate humanitarian relief is where really, if something happened now and people, they need to be relocated, given food, making sure that they're taken to hospital, the injuries and so forth, and then the rescue missions that are being activated, and then we're able to search if we have to search any missing bodies. Phase two, your stabilization and recovery, the rehousing of people now who have lost their homes, and making sure that we restore the services. The most critical part, which is rehabilitation and reconstruction, that's where most of the department is struggling actually to manage this process. Where we are saying now, we have to rebuild the houses, the infrastructure which were damaged, everything, to make sure that we build back better. So, but we've actually perfected this process now. So at least when we are doing this process, we're able to go through the process and then ultimately make sure that the life of the people go to normality. On this one, I'll be quickly on this one, Chair. We do have a provincial disaster response grants. These are the grants which we assist provinces which has been affected. And then we have also municipal disaster response grants. These ones we allocated to the municipalities which has been affected. Those are the allocations from column A and column B in terms of the financial year. But there is a process now which we are busy with in terms of managing that issue. This one, I'm not going to go into detail because we were presented in the previous slide, but here we're indicating the response and recovery measures per department in terms of what exactly are supposed to do when disasters they happen. Also here is the same, like in the previous slide. Number 5, the top one, we're saying the South African Police Services, the search and rescue services. This team, they've seen the worst of the worst. And we always respect the way, how they do the work, because we've never seen it in any social media where now we've got photos flying around of people rescued not in the good conditions. So there's also a very controlled process when this process is being undertaking. Also, the next slide, the departments in terms of what they need to do. Right now, we've been in our meeting indicating to the GCIS in terms of we can do everything, but the government don't communicate, and then people don't know what we are doing. So there was an instruction from the minister to say, GCIS, please come on board, work with other communication colleagues from other provinces and other departments, making sure that we communicate in terms of what we are doing. This one, I've already presented this one. Chair, just quickly on this one, we were also requested to present the contingency arrangement for the winter season. In our space, I must indicate that there is a contingency plan, the National Disaster Management Contingency Plan for 2025 winter season. And then in that plan, we have actually identified all the risk. The plan is risk-based and also provide insight on the forecast issued by South African Weather Services combined with profile for virus hazard produced by the NDMC. Honorable Chair, 20 years ago, during winter season, we used to experience only cold and snow in other provinces. Only Western Cape, maybe during winter season, will also experience floods. Over years, we've realized that we might not have wind anymore moving forward, because during winter season, you have floods, which we have seen now in the Eastern Cape, and then we really complicate some of the response capabilities. But fortunately, working with South African Weather Services, our forecast in terms of what is coming in the future, that process, it is definitely working very well. So we could actually plan in terms of how best we can then reposition our resources. There is another process which now will be adding more resources, working with the SNDF. It has been being facilitated by our DG in terms of bringing in SNDF to work with us in the space as well. Okay, these are the areas, the hazards which we have identified in our plan, but I'm not going to go into details on those ones. In this one, Chair, let me just now move towards closure. Areas requiring strategic intervention. We are saying mainstreaming of disaster, risk management by organs of state and entities, specifically also appointing the focal persons, unit, and making sure that each and every sector department have got the sector disaster management plans. And municipality, they must have disaster management plans, updated disaster management plans, but also making sure that as part of Build Back Better, your disaster risk reduction measures are actually implemented. Number two, implementation of Section 2.1, intervention by organs of state. Sometimes we do find that we work with other departments and they will claim that they don't have money to do certain things, but we have plans in place to make sure that how best we can work together and support each other. Submission of incident reports and regular updates. Yes, they do submit. We work with them very closely, but it becomes very difficult when now they have to spend the grants and they are not submitting the expenditure reports and moving forward. But we've also, through our processes, making sure that those committees which we have established, actually, they do actually making sure that we work with the municipality so that they're able to submit other reports as well. And the other issue in terms of the accountability on allocated disaster grants, failure by a grant recipient to report and account for allocated funding in terms of legislative framework. We have another plan, Honorable Chair, to deal with this kind of problem because we've realized that one of the branch within DCoG will say this municipality is distressed and then they can't actually spend the money. Then on our side, we end up transferring the grants to them. The money is there in their account, but the problem is that they can't really spend the money because the system within the municipality is not working. So, but there is a plan now in terms of how best we can implement those, or how best we can assist those municipalities which they can actually implement the project. Lastly, Chair, it is recommended that the Portfolio Committee notes progress on multi-sectoral integrated interventions to address the effect of flooding in the Eastern Cape, but also advocate for the prioritization and implementation of disaster risk reduction measures by all organs of state and stakeholders, communities to reduce the effect of disasters. Notes the contingency arrangement for the 2025 winter season. Thank you very much, Chair. But Chair, maybe before I hand over to the DG and HOD for COGTA, we were requested to talk to, I'm not sure, but I will be guided by the DG and the Minister. We're also requested to talk to the Toyota matter. I'm not sure whether we could, but the Minister would guide me, conclude on this presentation, because this one is not related to the Eastern Cape. It's about the claim by the Toyota to the KZN, the tune of 6.5 billion rand. Thank you, Chair. DG, over to you. I hand over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stolle. The two matters, Minister will respond to those two matters, the one about the DG in KZN and the one about Toyota. I think let's leave it for now and focus on Eastern Cape. I don't know if the HOD would want to add before we hand back to the Minister and the MEC. HOD. Anything on your side?
Yes. Thanks very much, DG. Just a few things in relation to the presentation by the NTC, the head of the National Disaster Emergency Center. You'll note, Minister and Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, that the numbers have been changing. Last night we had an increase of the numbers from 93 to 97, and I think we did anticipate this matter, because when we had a meeting on Sunday with the Defence Force, the gift of the givers, the emergency medical and rescue services, our K9, our SAPS, our PDMC, we got a feedback from the police that with the water levels not subsiding at that time when we met in the morning, it was very likely that there's going to be an increase in the police we found. And this was based on the reports that were received by the police from families and relatives who came to inquire about their missing persons. So the police did give us a number that the likely number of persons that are still missing by Sunday morning was between 10 and 22. And this was actually drawn from the reports that they be able to build on, which is why you can then be able to see that the numbers that we had on Sunday morning have moved up, and they're likely to move up again based on what we saw. When we were taken on the job by the Defence Force on Sunday, we flew over the river streams throughout the city, which is KSD, and we were able to pick up that the debris along the rivers in the Mthatha was still very, very, difficult to begin to see missing bodies. And the divers did say to us they will need much more time, which is why we had a meeting with them and agreed to extend their stay in the area. So we then, as the head of the NDMC has said, we then were able to be granted permission for the Defence Force to be extended to their stay up until this Saturday. K9, police, gift of the givers, our emergency medical services as well. And that's the first thing. So I just wanted to just explain that. And the sequencing in terms of the information is in terms of how we manage it. The information comes from the Sea and Rescue Service team, which gets in, dives, and identifies the bodies. They hand over those to SAPS. SAPS then hands over those to the health forensic services, and then they come to the PTMC. So our figures actually properly checked, authenticated, and ultimately verified by the health forensic services, which is the figures that we have. The last thing that I want to raise, DG, is that last week we buried a number of 26 of our citizens between Thursday up until yesterday. Now, the plan for today, which is starting from tomorrow, is that we'll be bearing about 29 between tomorrow and the 5th of July. What has been done is that we have set up a provincial coordinating stream that is interfacing with all the families of the deceased and establish exactly their needs and priorities. As indicated in the brief, we have been able to provide groceries, blankets. In other areas, we had to go into the blading of roads because the areas were quite impassable. So I think that the one part that I thought I must add is that over and above the SASA assistance, the Education Department also was providing 5,000 food vouchers for every learner that passed away. So that's the update that I thought I must add, DG, in relation to what was done. Otherwise, we do foresee an increase in numbers based on the police information that was given to us and the work that is underway now in terms of the diving that gets continued this week up until Saturday. Thanks, DG and Minister, and Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mlogoti. At this stage, I'm going to hand back to the MEC, and then we will be ready for questions and comments. MEC, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, DG and the Chair. I think the presentation has covered very well with the additions, of course, that have been made. Mine is just to say to the Chair and the Portfolio Committee members that, we have experienced lots of deaths that we have never seen in our lifetime. And fundamentally, although it was raised in the presentation, is this issue of illegal occupation of land and us being taken to court. For instance, in the area in Tata, there's a current live dispute between the municipality and the communities there for that particular area that they occupied. Obviously, constructing houses below the flood line. That's a fundamental issue that is affecting communities and the many hands that get to allocate land. The traditional leadership is involved in land allocation, and people allocate themselves through illegal means and take us to court. So those issues, those complexities now have unintended consequences that are similar to this. And I think a radical approach to it nationally and specifically in our province would be required, because we may actually be in the same situation if it's not dealt with, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Furthermore, the presentation represents everything that we have worked on since we were experiencing this disaster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Minister, that concludes our part. I'll hand back to you.
Thanks, DG and the team. The Chair is experiencing a problem. If Honorable Direko is here, she can just hold the fort until the Chair is back.
I am back. If I do fall off again, please assist, but it's just connectivity problems. Thank you very much, DG, MEC, Minister, for presenting Dr. Stoller. Very comprehensive presentation. I think for a start, as a committee, we need to convey our condolences to the families who have been affected, particularly those where the lives were lost, especially the school children, and also the property, possessions, infrastructure destroyed. We are very saddened about this. And certainly, we do want to commend the teams from municipal, provincial, national government, and the private sector for responding so quickly and the coordinated manner in which they have responded. We want to say thank you very much for that. May I welcome the Minister of Finance, who is here as well. And of course, whilst we commend the work that you have done, the presence of the Minister of Finance is also encouraging, because we would like to see a very coordinated response in this matter. We have had a lot of debates about the allocation, the efficiency of the teams in preparing the disaster recovery plans and the financing thereof. I do know that in a few days ago, the minister called me very late at night, very concerned about the speed with which the preparations for funding were actually being processed. So we will be very interested in knowing how things are in that regard. But let me say, I think for us, the issue of disaster management is about quick response, and we have, we are grateful to see the presentation of how you have responded. Very, very important to act in the cases of distress to relieve communities of all the suffering. But in terms of the preventative aspect, the question that is raised about the occupation, I think here we would like to get the minister also at national level to indicate what your approach is, because we believe that you need to have overriding bylaws that must be able to stop anyone from locating settlements in areas which are prone to disasters, and that in fact somebody needs to be held responsible if that continues in every municipality. But nevertheless, at this point, let me just say to the members, we would like to open the issue for discussion. If members might wish to raise their comments and their suggestions and their recommendations. So please, let's go ahead. Honorable Mkalipi, I cut you short. Do you want to raise an issue now or later? Then we can follow the hands. We've got Honorable Van Zyl, Mthethwa, Direko online. Honorable Mkalipi, do you want to raise an issue before we proceed?
No, there's no issue, Chair. I was just telling the members that we haven't.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for stepping in at that.
I'll follow the.
Okay, that's fine. Then we follow the order. Honorable Van Zyl, and then Mthethwa, and then Direko, and then Ngosi Buthelezi. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Also, good morning to
let me
the...
just for a second. Honorable Minister Kodungwana, seeing that you are here, before you disappear, you'll indicate if you want to comment so that you don't get to disappear without comments just because we are in the process of discussion now. You'll indicate when you wish to come in and make a comment. Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, he must definitely not disappear. We have some questions on finance. So, Chairperson, just good morning also then to the Minister of Finance, and I see DM Masemola is also online, and also to the MEC from the Eastern Cape, who was my municipal manager way back when I was also a councillor working in the district, and also to all the other colleagues. I've got a couple of questions, and I think the department might have to respond on some, the province might have to respond on some, and then the minister might also want a bite. So I've got a couple of questions on disaster preparedness and early warning. We all know that disaster isn't something new. It will happen year in, year out. We know there will be floods in that area. We know in the Western Cape there will be floods. We know in the Free State there will be fires. We are not immune to disasters, natural disasters within South Africa. And it feels like we are not being proactive, but we are being reactive as government. So I wanted to find out, why were communities allowed to remain in disaster-prone areas despite repeated flood risks over recent years? And what concrete steps has COCTA taken to enforce municipal compliance with spatial planning regulations? I think that is one of the utmost important issues that needs to be answered today. Then, did all the affected municipalities have up-to-date disaster management plans as required under the Disaster Management Act? If not, which ones are non-compliant and what action is being taken? I suppose that could also, it can be commented on, but a detailed report, if that can be sent to us regarding the disaster plans. Then on municipal infrastructure and governance failures, What measures has the department taken to ensure that municipalities, especially Amatole, Ouar Tambo, and Alfred Nzo, prioritize maintenance of key infrastructures like, our bridges, our roads, our stormwater systems, because that is one of the very dangerous things in case of flooding, the stormwater systems before disasters occur. Because, like I say, once again, municipalities aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, and we are reactive instead of being proactive. And then given that the affected municipalities are largely dysfunctional, as what we've seen from the AG and NISA reports, when will these consider going in Section 139 or Section 154 intervention when they keep on getting grants, but we are seeing this dysfunctionality? Then what consequence management has been initiated in municipalities where previous disaster relief funds were misused or where procurement processes were found to be irregular? Then I suppose for the noting for the Minister of Finance, the report that we've just seen indicates a deficit of over 4 billion rand for infrastructure repair. What portion of this has been committed from national disaster grants, and how will the remaining shortfall be funded without compromising other essential services? Then just on future risk mitigation and resilience, what timeline has been set for relocating communities away from floodplains and unstable terrain, and how will municipalities be held accountable for future non-compliance with the relocation plans? Because we have to start being proactive. And then on specific local issues, I know that the MEC at the end tried to talk about the Nguma and KSD, where land for truths is claimed or still under dispute. What urgent legal or administrative interventions will the department take to expedite secure serviced land allocation? Because there was only a slide done by Dr. Elias that said the timeline is 30 July, but what steps are being taken? What is actually going to happen? And then just lastly, how will the provincial department support Ouar Tambo and Amatole with restoring clean water supply in areas like Coffee Bay that was mentioned, and Libode, where infrastructure remains non-functional? That's it for now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee, greetings to the ministers that are here, our own COGTA and Head of Finance and the MECs and fellow officials. And may I also register my input in the following manner. This disaster is actually teaching us a lesson that says we must adopt a moratorium, which will now say municipalities, when they do their IDPs, they need to come up with measures that are going to also be that of disaster responsiveness. And when we approve IDPs, it must be such that what have we said about disaster? This is going to help us for future development to ensure that we don't fall into this trap. But also may I highlight that now this is a lesson for us. The people that are affected here are those that are staying in the areas of Amakosi, wherein spatial development planning doesn't come to them. And therefore, that's why people are building along the rivers because of whatever land that is available, but it's actually challenging the participation of Amakosi, not as mere advisors, but as part of decision makers, so that they can encourage development to come to their direction, because clearly it is taking very long to come in there. Also, but in terms of planning for future local economic development generators, it is clear that in these areas, there is no economy. As a result, there is less money being directed in that direction, because we fight as municipalities when direction of funds must go into rural areas, because we say there is no money coming from them, forgetting that it is us who actually previously decided to make plans that are now causing these people to be disaster affected as a burden of previous development methods. But I also wanted to ask a very controversial question. how many in terms of demographic parity have been affected in this? Are these Black people, or do we have also white people or other racial groups that are affected? Because that is going to tell us also in terms of the relativity between disaster and poverty, but also in terms of race, because those that are not affected is telling you that their own living on conditions are better off because of previously disadvantaged methods of economy and governance, which we need to actually attend to. I also was thinking about the issue of school going children. If they are now have to go and do their exams, did we do an audit to check whether those that should be writing their study materials were not affected by the disaster, to the point that I have no reference book where I can do my schoolwork or revision to prepare myself to go and write exams? But also, do we also have psychosocial advice and counseling? Because I'm imagining me having to go and write exam when I'm actually affected. Most of my relatives have actually passed away. I've been part of the process of burial, and now I have to go and write exam. I don't know how does that work, especially in this case. But also, may I say, this is where we now need Minister OCWP. CWP program is one of our line function and key performance area. But as I know, it is actually not doing well because a lot of wrong things are happening there. And Minister, you need to come and step in here because we have a judgment that affects these people. I'm told reliably that by this Friday, 300 of the CWP actually will be terminated their work. Yet, this is where CWP could be doing a lot of community work in support of the communities, like in the Eastern Cape.
Mtetwa,
Yes,
Mtetwa, you will
Yes.
have the minister on other issues. Let's not stray on to those. Let's stick to disaster.
I'm talking CWP supporting in the disasters. That's my view. They should be actually deployed also to do a disaster response as part of our ground forces on the ground. That is my focus. But be that as it may, this is actually saying to us, can we start now investing in money that would be set aside for disaster? And we find ways of redirecting economic development to the point that we make an intentional decision to take development into rural areas, because those that are established, there's no need for them to be further developed, but actually we will have more burden if we don't attend to those who are underdeveloped. Thank you.
Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi first.
Good morning, Chair, and a very good morning to also to the ministers present here and the delegations, their respective delegations, and of course, our members, of course, of the committee. Chair, the one area where I would like to have some help is I just want to be made to understand in terms of when you look at the challenges. I think they are, of course, they are multidimensional. I mean, I'm looking, for instance, at the budget constraints, VRV capacity or capability to cope to disaster. For instance, where do we benchmark, against whom do we benchmark ourselves in terms of the capability to respond to disaster? Of course, keeping in mind that now we have things like climatic changes, which we've never had before. So it's budget constraints versus capacity. Where do we measure on that? There's delinquency. I mean, in terms of also people settling below the flood line and all that. And especially on that point, I just would like to know to what extent are Makosi involved in proactive initiatives and education, really, if I may call it that for lack of a better term, in things like the flood line settlement and when people are placed, are settled. Because when I look at what I'm hearing, I think the emphasis is more on the involvement seems to kick in when it's reactive, that Makosi get involved. Now, I just would like to know that to what extent do they get immersed in the challenges in addressing the preemptive initiatives, things like climate change and all that. because I think it is really not going to bear fruit if they are only looked at from the point of view of being reactive. That is really a concern for me. And a lot of these disasters are sitting in Amakosi's areas. I just want the department to enlighten me there. And then also, I just wanted to find out as well that in terms of there's always this thing of pending the availability of funding. I'm glad that the Minister of Finance is on the platform, if he still is, because now I will ask both departments, what time frame are you looking at, and where will this availability of funding come from, especially if it's going to contribute to solving this thing proactively and reactively? Well, there was a couple of places where pending availability of funding, this is the solution. So I just would like to have an indication. And the other one, which was silent as well, which I think we all know that we need to hear more about it, especially as this committee, is the extent to the number of these disaster funds which have gone down the leg, which have disappeared, because that is very important as a committee to know what is the extent and what is being done about also preempting that, and also to doing punishing the people who have been found to be guilty as far as this is concerned, Chair. For now, those are my questions, Chair. I will ask other questions as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the members, greetings to our ministers and deputy ministers and delegation from different departments and spheres of government. Chair, let me firstly apologize for joining the meeting late, for I mistakenly thought it begins at 9 o'clock. Chair, on the presentation that has been made, in the past we had challenges with proper coordination amongst government and key stakeholders, including international funders, NGOs, and etc. And on the presentation, it indicates the role played by the stakeholders, which is quite good. So how is the department handling coordination process in this disaster? And secondly, Chair, we also faced difficulties previously with municipalities and provinces regarding requests for disaster funds, which then delayed the national intervention. Now that both our ministers are present, could we be please taken along on the progress regarding the national treasury funding to this disaster? Thirdly, Chair, can also the department take us along on the role of DDM in responding to this tragic disaster, and also indicate if is it assisting in the process, and also how effective is our local disaster fund centers? Lastly, Chair, I've seen on the presentation that there's a timeline, there's a time frame on the temporary residential units, whereby it indicates that by next year, 2026, I believe it's June, if my memory serves me well, people will be then taken to a permanent residence. Can they please outline the plan and how is it going to be implemented? Because I remember that in the previous disaster, we had a situation in KZN where people were taken to centers and temporary residential areas, but it took longer than 2 years for people to be moved from that particular centers and units to their permanent residence. And that on its own is quite challenging for our communities, because that temporary residential unit is only 1 bedroom, which is making quite challenges for them, because it's not the same as their actual homes. So sometimes you'll find 5 members of one family staying in that particular area. Can the department please outline that process as to how is it going to be implemented, so that at least we have an idea and we are also aligned to that 1 year of that they have also indicated? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. Then Sompa Msiu.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to the ministers who are here and deputy ministers and DG and the team and the province and the team of the MEC and colleagues. Chair, I think I'm partly covered by my colleagues here who have spoken before me. But Chair, I just want to get some clarities. Chair, let me start by saying that I shared in the group of COGTA Portfolio Committee a letter that I wrote to the minister and asked the minister to declare the Eastern Cape as a disaster as it happens, and also shocked all of us as the country. And the minister responded very promptly. I must also recommend the minister because he responded very promptly and very urgent and assured me that he is on top of the situation, including the province. So he is monitoring the response from all stakeholders, including the municipalities in the disaster of the Eastern Cape. I just want to get a clarity after the presentation from the good doctor, Dr. Stolle, a very detailed presentation. I must say, Chair, if all is presented here is true, I think as a committee we can be saying that we are very fine. But as my colleagues also talked about the experience that we have when there is a disaster in the country, as Honorable Dereko was saying that we still have issues and people who have not get any assistance from the previous disaster and that took place in KZN. So I think, Chair, this is not the first and the last meeting that we must have in terms of making follow-ups on the disaster that happened at OR Tambo and other parts of the Eastern Cape, because even now, the disaster that happened in 2022 in KZN, there are still people who have not even get a single house or anything to that effect. So the presentation speak about 4,724 TRUs that are expected to lekelele abantu abanganazindlu after the disaster. And according to the presentation, only 122 temporal TRUs have been erected. So therefore, I wanted to check with the minister why he was reluctant to declare disaster in OR Tambo and other places in the Eastern Cape. Because if this example is one example out of 4,724 TRUs, temporal shelters are needed, but so far only 122 that has been provided, clearly it spells that there is a problem. Talking about the previous experience where people does not have any shelter to go and be with their families, even today, those people has not been assisted. So therefore, seeing that this is a trend, what makes the minister to be reluctant? Because if the minister declared a disaster in the Eastern Cape, surely the national executive was going to be responsible and there will be responses in that better way. But the minister said, no, the team that is working in all fronts is fine. And then the Mr. Stolle, the head of National Disaster Center, also mentioned that with the previous experience of corruption, etc., they have another way of dealing with it and keep their records. That is not enough as far as we're concerned, with an experience that we have. So what we need to know as well from the presenter or Mr. Stolle is the role of the AG. Is the AG in the Eastern Cape as we speak in order to prevent corruption that might take place, as we know that other people that don't care about what is happening, people have lost their lives, other families are displaced, there's a huge damages in infrastructure, people are homeless, and there is money that is being confirmed by the National Treasurer and the department, but other people are not there to help people. People are there just to benefit themselves. They identify the opportunities to say, now there's a disaster, how am I going to benefit from this disaster? So therefore, we need to get clearly if there are ways and means to prevent corruption in order for people who are supposed to benefit out of this disaster that is happening in the Eastern Cape and in KZN, by the way, but today we are squarely dealing with the Eastern Cape. Is any clear means that is there to prevent the corruption as we know? The last one, Chair, is to check, as I think it was the HOD who talk about people who are being buried, today you are burying 24 and so on and so on and so on. And those 38 that the presentation talked to, about 38 of them, are all people who are missed or who have not found is any way to also to deal with that situation, because as we speak, as Honorable Dereko was talking to that effect, there are still people who are still missed from 2022. So how are we doing in terms of rescuing those people in the Eastern Cape? And also, we also have a capacity as the National Disaster Management Center in the province and the municipality to that effect as well, because one of the problems that we have is the capacity issue that we don't have. And also the issue of identifying land. And Honorable Mtetwa spoke about Amakosi playing that role in order to identify land where people are going to be accommodated in terms of the temporal units that needs to be provided. How are we doing? How is it coordinated? I know in the Eastern Cape, most of the time is the rural area. And Amakosi's role is very important because ekugcineni abantu bamakhosi laba balahlekile noma abahanjelwe ihlobo zabo. The head of the disaster management centers also talk about the early warning system. I think that where the committee also have an interest, Chair, because it's something else to issue an early warning system without providing any kind of help. You know, Tina Bantu Abamnyama, even if you come, Chair, and said, no, I'm the chair of the portfolio committee, please move with speed here. Kuzoba ne-disaster zobakhona. Siqale sikubuke nje emehlweni sithi, okay, so let's move up because we are members of the family, maybe we're 10 or 20. So mabuta sukela, without providing us an alternative shelter, utasephi. Or sikholwa ngokubona ukuthi hayi uzoyibhedela nje chairperson, there will be nothing that will also prompt us to move here. So when you come as a department and said, please, according to our early warning system, please move here kuzoba nenkinga ezoba khona, uthi abamuve beyephi a head of national disaster. Do you coordinate, as your presentation was suggesting that you are working with other departments in line with the DDM? So when you come and tell people of Eastern Cape to say, please move, according to our systems, there is going to be a very big disaster here. Do you provide them with an alternative venue before the disaster took place? Or you just tell them that it's up to you, ukuthi wena mndeni waka Ndlovu, please hamba la, because kuzoba nenkinga, and then funeke bayibonele. Because those are the things that we need to go into details about before anything happens. And Inkosi Buthelezi put it very clear to say, sibonakala as if we are working as fire extinguished. We are reacting most of the time. So therefore, the department, if they can come clear to say, what coordination do they do with other departments?
Ushuta ucabanga ukuthi sengiqedile i-serial.
Sorry,
Ngisehlanganyweni fanele ngilofungiza la. Ungikele nje wena obugcizeleka ngitheli ubisi ngize.
Nkosi Buthelezi, you must be muted. Please proceed. Sorry about that disturbance. Please proceed and round up, Honorable Mkalipi.
Okay, thanks, Chair. No, I was just stressing to say if we can be told about the plans before anything happens to, if there is a disaster in the country, we can be very happy. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Sompa Masiu.
Thanks, Chair. My concerns are only 2 or 3. Let me also greet the ministers who are present, deputy ministers, officials, and welcome the presentation. Chair, my question will be one, in terms of removing people. What is the assurity that our people that are going to be removed, all of them are going to get accommodation? Because, like Honorable Dereko and Mkalipi have said, we had issues of previous disasters where people are not catered for. Secondly, I'm worried about the issue of the budget. Do we have enough budget that will say, due to this disaster, we will be able to cover everything? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Masiu. Minister of Finance, you are here. Are you in any way able to make any comment at this point? We will then come back to Minister Hlabisa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just apologize by joining late. I suspect it's my ignorance as a child.
No problem. We're just happy to have you here. That's a pity we don't find anyone. We would really be very rich after this.
Look, let me deal with two issues. The first one is not mine, but I want to venture into it. This one of preparedness. I think this thing, it needs political cooperation among political parties. For instance, if people are building in a wrong place, we as political parties do not form a common approach and approach those communities. Others want to defend them, others when they are in the wrong place. Where there's a wrong building in Johannesburg, we need a common understanding how to work together. The second set of issues for me is the funding one. Dr. Stolle gave you 3 phases of the funding. 3 phases. The first one is emergency relief. The emergency relief, as he has indicated, there are already grant funding which exists within the relevant departments, whether it's human settlement for TRUs, whether is COGTA to deal with that emergency funding. Therefore, that matter is being attended to, whether it's a Department of Social Development. They have got their own kind of emergency relief inside their budget for disaster. In that sense, this phase is catered for. What's going to be required is the second and third phases, which is the recovery and the reconstruction phase, which correctly in their document refer to it as over the MTF. There is, every year we budget for what is called the reserve. We wanted to bump it up, but the resources didn't allow us. So it's sitting at about 5 billion as we speak. So that phase, as soon as every assessment has been made up to a point of detail and a subjection for the and the submission, of course, the process may not be as quick as we like. Via the Disaster Management Center in COGTA, and it comes to us. And each phase is being assessed. We are trying to talk about a review of that process. It's not as agile as we like, and that is going to require an amendment of the Disaster Management Act. So in a sense, I'm saying once that phase, those 2 phases kick in, we'll make those funds available. If they're not enough, then there's going to be an assessment and see whether we can make further adjustment in adjustment appropriation. So I'm saying, as things stand at the moment, there is no request for funding because we're still dealing with that phase of the emergency relief. The thing Honorable Mukhalip is raising is quite critical. It's quite critical because people, that's my third point, people, once in an environment like this, people start rushing and create and inflate prices in order to take chances. An example, as we speak, Honorable Tolashe will tell you, we're beginning to see fluctuation in the food parcels, including the ones that are in bread and breakfast. A different number in the morning, which is high, a different number which means clearly there's some mischief which is taking place. That's going to require a coordinated approach as well. So in a sense, to answer you, yes, funding is being provided. At this stage, the emergency funding is being available in the relevant departments. For the second and third phases, we were waiting for the submission for those second and third submission. But there's an initial amount which is available, which is the contingency reserve of about 5 billion rand. Thank you.
Maybe before we let you go, have you resolved the issue of the capacity in the preparation of projects for financing? Because last time we had an issue where your side, you were saying that the department didn't provide properly prepared plans, and the department was saying they provided everything. And so the question was whether from where you sit, they have the capacity to provide to prepare the projects for financing, and whether in this case are we going to see that kind of problem where there may be delays in the allocation because of the project preparations not being adequate for the purposes of the treasury requirements. What is the situation now?
Yeah, let me just say, we have made engineers available via the DBSA because the government process for procurement is too slow, takes time. But with DBSA, we can move even tomorrow if any people need engineers in terms who are going to understand the requirement and specifications in terms of the pressure requirements, we can make DBSA available to help tomorrow.
Which means that we don't need to wait for delays. There can't be delays now that are based on the fact that we're still preparing the project for financing.
No, they will have to. You'll see that the number given by in everything was saying the estimates. But when you're going to build a bridge, you'll have to give the actual correct estimates for that bridge. So, secondly, and third, and the first, secondly, some of these things are multi-year in their nature. You're not going to do it in one specific year. So there'll have to be a budgetary process which does that. But that's the second and third phase, Kabazala. The first phase is being attended to. We can, while we're attending the first phase, deal with the preparation for the second and third phase.
Thank you very much, Matiba. Bulawai, could we have you, Honorable Minister? You can give us your comments. We're interested in the interministerial discussion on this point just now. So please proceed, and then we can let the other members come in when you feel you've covered your point.
Are you likely to release me in the meantime?
After the minister is, I want to hear the minister commenting on your issue. Once he has done so, you will be released, and I must check if the deputy ministers want to have a go at you as well. Honorable Mr. Kabisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to Minister Kodongwane, whom I had not greeted prior. Honorable Chair, as the report has demonstrated, we are quite engaged across the departments that participate in the Intergovernmental Committee to ensure that all departments are activated that have to intervene in Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal as per the last disaster effects. On the question of when to respond, I think that one has been responded to even by Minister Kodongwane, that the processes has to go through in terms of the quantification of items and will be escalated to us, and eventually, if there is a challenge, a further escalation to Minister of Finance for what is beyond what can be available from COPTA as an intervention for disaster. On the question of why not declaration but a classification, thank you, Honorable Kalipi. As I responded in the letter, it doesn't make any difference. We are still monitoring the situation. Under classification, all departments have been activated and they are on board. And I want to assure the portfolio that should there be an extra stumbling block that requires a declaration, we will consider going to that state. But for now, the classification has activated every sector. There is nothing short that requires to go to another level of classification in every respect. I want to conclude, Chair, by the question as to why people are not moved away when early warnings have indicated. I'm sure we will need a joint approach, and it should be a government across all three spheres. Firstly, identify these people and make it a national program, and across political parties, that people on floodplains must relocate, identify land, get traditional leaders on board, municipalities on board, and everyone who owns a piece of land. We are working on a plan as COPTAM in activating that program to be an across program. But on instances like at Umtata, water went beyond what is normal. The levels in which water flooded the houses is completely beyond what is normal. Even if you could have said people completely on the floodplain must move, but it also affected people who are far from the danger zone. And this, therefore, is the reality of the climate change, that we see what we never thought it will happen, the area covered by water, but completely far from the banks of the river. It's an unfortunate scenario, but I want to conclude by saying we are going to launch this program and appeal to every sector, but make it a national program. Once identified, and then a program that people must move, we all speak with one voice, because that is the only way to be proactive, and we will need to come to a common agreement that as they are on the river banks, it is not the government who built those houses. If there is an alternative land, people must say, I will go and rebuild, and the government can only assist as the program goes, because even if there can be plenty of money, houses cannot be built on a single day for everybody away from the river banks. I'm sure, Honorable Chair, once we have finalized this one, we will indicate to the portfolio and across all spheres that can we start a program of persuading people to voluntarily agree to move away from the floodplains as a proactive matter. Because if it is done by an isolated municipality, there will be resistance, and we will be experiencing a problem of the same one after the other. I think the rest, Chair, will be responded to by the administration. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So that we can release the minister, can I just check, would there be any issue the Deputy Minister, the MECs might wish to raise? Because I'd like to release at this point, if there's anyone who feels there's an issue, a comment or anything that they might wish to raise. MECs? No. Deputy Ministers? No. All right. Gossip Telezi?
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I just wanted to raise what we normally request, Chair, that please, the questions that have not been responded to, if we can have them in writing, because they are asked for a reason. I know sometimes we get stampeded by the time, but if we could please have them in writing, the ones that were not responded to, because I realize we're chasing our tails with the time. Thank you, Chair.
No, Nkosi Mthelezi, we just want to raise the Minister of Finance. We have the department still going to respond. I was just giving
Chair.
a privilege for
Okay.
the deputy ministers and the MECs if they wanted to raise anything. And the reason I'm doing it is because we don't want anywhere along the line for anyone to say, well, we can't do this because of Treasury. So Treasury is here now. I want us to be able to corner Treasury before Treasury goes away. But from what the Minister of Finance is saying, everything is online, and whatever needed to be done, they are ready to respond as Treasury, and what is delayed is going to be delayed on the basis of what the department and the provinces are going to be preparing. And that, for me, is a very clear line where exactly we should be expecting movement to happen. It must be from the department and from the province. And we can't then say Treasury. And I'm raising that because in the past we've had a lot of debate about where the problem really lies, where the delay was lying. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Finance, for joining us in this meeting. We are continuing with the discussion, but you can feel free now to be excused. And thanks, Madiba, for your participation. Let's have the DG now come back, DG and your team, to respond. DG Changana.
Thank you very much. Yes, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And thank you very much to honorable members for the questions. I'm going to ask Dr. Stolle to go first, and he will be followed by Dr. Mlogoti, and then I'll come in after Dr. Mlogoti, and will then hand over to the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Dr. Stolle, can you go in first?
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable Chair, I'll start with the question from Member Van Zyl, the disaster preparedness and also early warning, whether are we proactive or reactive? Yeah, in terms of the disaster preparedness, we have structures which we have established. And in those structures, we continuously working with, when I say all the stakeholders now, that include not only the provinces and the municipality, but other stakeholders as well. In that process, we always make sure that we discuss the issues of the disaster plans, we discuss the issues of the resources, we also discuss the state of readiness in terms of if something happens, how best we can respond. That's why our response team are always ready to respond to any incidences as and when we are experiencing. Now, when you go to that region, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and KZN, they've signed a coastal MOU. Sorry. They've signed a coastal MOU, and then in that MOU, it indicates that if something happened in one of those three provinces, we could easily move resources from Western Cape and bring the resources to the Eastern Cape to augment the capacity there, and also share lessons learned in terms of the preparedness, because the state of preparedness of these provinces are not the same. So there's a lot of work which we are doing in that space. So we try to move away from the reactive to make sure that we actually implement what we call is the disaster risk reduction initiative as we move forward in that space. That will then include the special planning. I think the special planning, there's still a lot of work which we need to work with the municipalities in that space, also with other departments. so that we're able to make sure that people that don't find themselves next to the riverbanks. Yes, it might not be a one isolated case in Umtata. You do have other cases in other provinces as well, in terms of people residing next to the riverbanks. Yeah, that include what the minister also indicated in terms of coming up with the national program where we can actually discuss and work with the communities and other leaders in terms of how we can make sure the floodplain areas are not accommodated by any of the people in those areas. In terms of the disaster plans, there is a unit even at the NDMC which continuously work with the municipalities to make sure that they comply in terms of the legislation, in terms of having a disaster management plans. But also when we are approaching summer season or approaching winter season, the provinces, they put together a very detailed contingency plans to manage any eventualities in those spaces as well. Yes, there is still some room of improvement in terms of updating those plans and making sure that some of the municipalities, they do have plans. So, but I can report here to say the majority of the municipalities, they do have plans that include your Eastern Cape. Maintenance of the infrastructure, I think that one, we've been actually talking to it for quite some time, but maybe I'll leave it for other colleagues who are dealing with the infrastructure to manage that one as well. The timeline for the relocations, I'll leave that one for the province so that they're able to deal with it as well. In terms of the question coming from Nyambose, yes, the development in rural areas, we've seen that disasters knows no boundaries. So when disasters happened, you tend to find that most of the roads which get affected are more traditional in rural areas, but over time we've seen also in urban areas where malls are being flooded and so on. So there's still a lot of work which we have to do in those areas, specifically in rural areas where the low-lying bridges, we make sure that at least those bridges, we come up with structures or better bridges which are actually talking to development of the climate change as we move forward. Yeah, in terms of the capability from Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi, yes, we are busy with the process right now, but previously also there were benchmarking which we have done in other countries to make sure that how best we can improve our system in the country. But also there's another process which is unfolding where we've done a lot of benchmarking, working with the DPME in terms of how other countries, they are managing disasters. We are also hosting the G20 presidency. Through that process, we have an advantage, we have an opportunity where we've engaged a lot of countries because most of the people who are attending that working group are disaster heads from different countries. And then they've shared a lot of information in terms of how best we can improve our system. So it's work in progress in this space as we move forward to make sure that any gaps where we'll be able to close it. But there's a benchmarking which is definitely which we are doing in the space of the review of the disaster management system. In terms of the grant funding disappearing, yes, we do have those cases in the past. Let's say during floods, 2022 floods, but we have learned a lot from that lesson learned of 2022 floods, where even AG, they came on board, they produced a report, also a National Treasury, and so they actually came up with some recommendations, which we as a National Center, they propose us to implement those recommendations. So some of the recommendation was to make sure that we do site visit for these projects. We've established a committee, which every time the municipalities and the provincial sector departments, they come in account of the monies which we transfer to them, and then so that we're able to trace those monies. What we have seen as a problem which we are experiencing is that we transfer the monies or the money to the municipality, or we allocate these grants to the municipalities, and the expenditure is very low because maybe of the capacity within the municipality. So, but the money is there in the municipality. The problem is that his expenditure is actually is not moving at speed which we want, which sometimes complicate the next tranche or the next allocation, because the grant framework, it clearly say that before we transfer the next allocation to that particular municipality, they must demonstrate that they've spent more than 60% of the previous allocated grants. So there's work which we said, okay, let's come up with a mechanism so that we can enhance the capacity within the municipality to speed up the expenditure in the space as well. Remember, the poor coordination in terms of the donations. We've learned not to repeat myself, but we've learned a lot from COVID, and also I think it was more visible during 2022 floods in eThekwini, where most of the donations, some of the reports were really very disturbing. So we took a decision to say, coming out from that incident of eThekwini, moving forward, all the recommendations which we received as national were shared with the municipalities, we shared with provinces to say, let's manage these incidences in this way so that there's no any loophole in the process when there are donations which are being donated. Even, for example, there were cases in the past, 10 years ago, where certain individual, they will create a separate account to say, donate the money here, then it's going to be, it will assist the communities. Those loopholes have been closed. So but I would say also it is improving, but definitely there is a proper process which we put in place to manage the donations. Okay, the other question, I will leave them there for my colleagues as well. Okay, the minister has clarified the issue of the declaration. Okay, the role of the AG, I've talked to that one. The rescue capacity, I've talked to that one in terms of the MOUs which we have signed, and also the training which is being provided by United Nations as well to train our teams as well. Okay, DJ, I'll stop there, but maybe other colleagues from the province, they can also cover some of the questions. Thank you very much, DJ.
Thanks very much, Doc. I think as requested for the DG, let me fill in some few gaps in relation to the updates. I wish to confirm, Chair, that the Eastern Cape has centralized the issue about coordination of donations around the PDMC in the Eastern Cape in working collaboratively with the Office of the Premier. So the Premier's office does play a big role in terms of oversight of the work being done in terms of the coordination. We did pick up in our earlier discussions about 2 weeks ago that with the flood of donations and offers being made, there may be a need for us to begin to manage this quite properly, such that things don't fall in between the cracks. So that matter is now registered and properly managed. So there's a register of all of them as presented by the head of the NTMC in this meeting. There was a specific question about the race of the persons who may have perished or recovered. I must say that all the recovered bodies in the province, the 38 bodies, they are all black, and the perished ones, they are also all black Africans in the province. I think there was a question about this matter to establish exactly as to whether there were other races included in the list of 97 as we stand. Yes, there was a question about psychosocial support. We did in the presentation actually allude to the fact that there's a great deal of work being done to begin to provide psychosocial support. And I think both Education Department as well as DSD came in very handy to begin to assist. I think the Minister of Education, when she was here, made a point about the need for us to begin to deal with learners who are affected and provide the necessary support. So that psychosocial support for learners has been provided throughout, including the persons and parents who remained behind after the deceased were actually recovered, their bodies were picked up. So there was a question about the overall coordination just on the disaster management. I think in the Eastern Cape, as the graphic illustration was presented in the slides, we have very established structures that actually provide a bit of coordination, starting from the district jogs to the provincial jog to the PDOC and the disaster, as well as the national teams as well. So in terms of the overall coordination of the work that has been done, I think we've mastered that in terms of that one.
Honorable Mlogoti, try and use the full words because your acronyms may sometimes be too many and sometimes you get lost.
Oh, so the district jogs are the joint operation centers. The prof jog is the provincial joint operation centers. The PDOC is the provincial disaster operation centers. Those are the structures that I was referring to. So apologies for using those kind of acronyms. Then there was a question about I think the minister did respond to the issue about the settlements, but let me just say that in the Eastern Cape, we have moved a step further in terms of addressing the problems around spatial planning and settlements that we have now picked up on the floodplains. But I think more importantly, when we observed that there was massive land invasions in the province, we then went ahead to produce a land invasions framework for the province to begin to guide municipalities on how best to begin to manage land invasions, to begin to assist them on their spatial planning. But more importantly, we also realized that there was a need for them to have institutionalized standard operating procedures to enable bureaucrats in every municipality to manage land invasions and settlements and town planning in the municipality. So we are now on the verge of working on the various town planning schemes as part of the SOPs. We've now finished the one dealing with the land invasions. I think that takes care, Chair, in relation to the questions that were raised. The last part is about the timeframes, yes. I think the timeframes will make a point in the presentation about land availability and funding. So while we've set ourselves timeframes for certain things to be done, we certainly depend on finalization of the budget availability, which I think the province and national are going to be dealing with, as well as land availability. On the land question, you'd pick up in the presentation that we did identify initially 5 land parcels in Umtata and 2 land parcels in Butterworth. We have now since settled for 2 land parcels in Umtata on the R61 as we go towards Engel from Umtata. And then we've settled for 1 land parcel now in Butterworth. The one that was at Zimele in area in Butterworth, which is now being contested, has been left. We've now actually moved away from that one. We're now considering the one that is in Bethel. Tomorrow there's a council meeting in Butterworth to formalize that Bethel allocation, and then the work around the TRUs may have to kick in. We've also invited the Department of Environmental Affairs to see if they can actually check on the EIA's compliance, the environmental impact assessment, and then they would advise speedily as requested by the meeting we had. On the water supply, there was a question about whether we have restored water in Butterworth and Umtata. Yes, water was restored on the 13th of June in Butterworth, and then the complete restoration of water in Umtata was done around the 17th. So between the 13th and 17th, the water was restored. One area that we'll have to follow up is Libote, which is one area that was raised in the meeting. Otherwise, the work that was done by our Department of Water and Sanitation has been very useful in terms of ensuring that they deal with all the blocked pipes and the valves that had to be attended to. So that work has now been done. Let me just stop now, TG. I think those are things that I thought I would add in relation to the matters raised by members in the meeting. Back to you, TG and Minister and Chairpersons.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mlogoti. There was a question on making disaster responsiveness to be part of the IDP. I think that came from Honorable Nyambos. We take that as a recommendation. In this current climate, we have no choice but to respond to the Sendai framework on disaster management. So a lot of municipalities are struggling with the preparedness. So this is something that we need to elevate as part of the IDP.
Sorry, DG.
Yes.
DG, could we please ask everyone who's responding or who's talking, could they show their face as they speak?
Okay.
Yeah, because we're also recording this and it's giving us a bit of a challenge.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I guess, not sure if I am visible now. My camera is on. Yes, we have it. Chair, there was a question from Honorable Van Zyl on the question was about the maintenance of key infrastructure. We are very much aware that the majority of municipalities are struggling with the maintenance of the key infrastructure, including roads and stormwater drainage. This is an area as well that is affected by the lack of availability of funding. When municipal budget is under pressure, the maintenance budget tends to be reduced. And this is more of a vicious cycle because with the above average rainfall this year, the stormwater drainage is going to be extremely under pressure. There was a question about 139. I think the two heavily affected municipalities in Eastern Cape, Ngquma and KSD, are relatively stable. Ngquma in particular has received unqualified audit, the so-called clean audit, consistently for 3 years. I really don't think that it is a matter of governance that we are dealing with, at least in the two municipalities, and that will be Ngquma and KSD. Those two municipalities are municipalities that are relatively stable. Ngquma is in Amatola district and KSD in OR Tambo district. Chair, there was another question about the and we take it as maybe as a comment, the psychosocial support to the affected school-going children. The MEC in the province, together with the National Minister of Basic Education, have visited the schools in the area of OR Tambo, and we're tracking the nature of the psychosocial support that is being provided to those schools. The technical meetings are happening frequently. The political ICDM intergovernmental meeting, the last meeting was on Sunday evening, where we report to the ministers. So we will continue to track the work that is being done in the affected regions. The classification of the disaster allows departments to reprioritize the existing budget. For instance, the Department of Human Settlements is administering a significant number of grants. They are administering the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant. They're also administering the Human Settlements Development Grant. They can reprioritize a portion of that grant so as to deal with relocation and resettlement of the communities. And the minister in the last meeting of ICDM alluded to this matter. Once a disaster is classified, departments can reprioritize their allocation, and they will have to get the National Treasury as well to concur, because the existing grants will not be enough disaster grants will not be enough to deal with the problem. The Minister of Finance has covered the process that has to be followed. We have just concluded the assessment phase. The next phase will be to start with the professionals, the engineers, so that they can assist with the designs, the planning for the actual work to be done, because the funding is going to be based on the designs or the work that the professionals, the engineers would have done. MISA is on the ground already. They are assisting with the assessment. The bulk of the work that we are presenting to you, especially on the built environment side. It's the work that our NDT side has done. And they're working with a number of other institutions, the Department of Water and Sanitation. We should have invited them to come to the meeting. They are assisting us with their engineers, especially in the area of regional schemes. As you know, there are regional schemes that were affected by flooding. So Amatola Water, working together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, are assisting in those areas. If there are questions that we have not answered, Chair, we will be more than willing to respond as directed by Ngozi in writing. And at this stage, I must say that there's been huge collaboration amongst national and provincial government departments, sector departments. They've played their role in the extended or technical NFJCC, which is the National Coordinating Committee on Floods, Joint Coordinating Committee on Floods. We've seen all the departments playing their role. We've seen human settlements, we've seen SAPS, we have seen education. They've all been actively involved. There isn't a single department that has not played its part in the work that we are doing at the technical level. Chairperson, at this stage, I'll hand back to the Minister. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. If the Minister is still around, fine. We had actually agreed the Minister will be excused at some point before the 11 o'clock timeline because of the commemoration, memorial service that is taking place, and Nkosi Buthelezi had asked to be excused as well. So whenever they feel they wish to, they will then be excused. At this point, we're rounding up. Let me give this opportunity to the MECs if they wish to comment, and also the Deputy Minister to comment. MECs. MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. No, Chair, at the risk of duplicating the responses. So thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm comfortable with the responses, unless there's anything that would come out from the honorable members of the committee that we must specifically respond to. Thank you.
Please show your face as well as you respond, eh? I've done, Honorable Williams. Okay, MEC Mvoko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. From my side, I also feel that, in fact, the collaboration that has been shown by all departments working with the province has been encouraging, and I must say, but over and above that, I think I do not want to duplicate what I said in the report. We are fine. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Very much. Can we have the Deputy Minister? Oh, yes, Honorable Williams.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, and then thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Minister. Okay, we don't have a Deputy Minister at this point, that's fine. Let's then, that means DG, this would be the last of your comments, and therefore we want to bring this matter to a closure. May I then say thank you to Minister, Deputy Ministers, the Minister of Finance, Minister of COGTA for your presentation, and to the DG and the provinces, Deputy Ministers, thanks for all the presentation done by the head of the National Disaster Management. We would like to then say, from where we sit, again, condolences to the families And we want to commend you as a team for responding the way you have. And let's hope that you keep the coordination as it is now. It's also important to make sure that you process the request as speedily as possible, because we have the request that must trigger the allocation of funds. And it's important for us to make sure that we get to that point so that there is relief on the communities. Otherwise, with all of the things that we have here, we would like to just say we will be kept informed by the teams as we proceed with the management of the disaster. Thank you very much. Can we then ask for the... May we have the next aspect of the agenda so that we can proceed? We have released the minister and deputy minister, and the Nkosi, who have gone to the memorial service. Again, our condolences as well to the party and the members of the family of the Honorable Sithole on the very sad, tragic loss of the member of our parliament. So we proceed then to the next aspect, which is around the winter initiation season preparedness in the Eastern Cape. Could we have that presentation now? The Eastern Cape delegation, MEC, are going to take us through.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And I will request the acting HOD to take us through the presentation on our readiness in terms of our plans for the initiation season, and our interaction with both the gift of the givers and right to care, to plan together to try and ensure that at least we achieve 0 deaths during this winter season. Yes, Honorable Chair, we do have an initiation plan that we have developed in wide consultation with the stakeholders, especially Amakosi. So I could really say that the product we have is something that has been well consulted with all the important stakeholders on traditional circumcision. HOD, can you then assist us with Mr. Stofile with that presentation, please?
Thanks very much, MEC. I'm trying to open my video. As indicated, Chair, the presentation has been prepared for the committee, and the director responsible for the secretarial services on the PICC will take us through. Mr. Stofile, can you please fly the presentation? Chair, I did try to open my video. I'm not sure what's happening, but I think that there may be a technical problem. But I think Stoff will take us through the prepared presentation. Can you please fly it, Mr. Stofile?
Okay, I'll try and do it actually just now.
Okay, please do.
Is it visible, HOD?
Not yet, Stoff. We only see your face. Okay, I think we see your presentation. Proceed then, Stoff. Thanks very much. Mr. Stofile, please proceed. We can see the presentation on the screen.
We can see the presentation. Please proceed. Who's doing the presentation?
It's Mr. Stofile. He has flighted it, but I'm not sure whether he is unmuted or unmuted.
Okay. Stofile, is it Stofile?
Thank
Yes,
you,
we can
Chairperson.
see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. This is for the sake of time, Chairperson, I'll skip the table of contents and move straight to the background. By the way of background, you are saying that the customer mail initiation in the Eastern Cape is a highly respected custom, as it is a custom that signifies the transition of boys to men. The custom now experiences challenges of death and injuries due to initiates carelessness and disregard of the protocols to be followed when practicing the custom. To pave the way for 2025 initiation season, a plan has been developed, as the MSA has already indicated, with stakeholders involved in the initiation program through the Provincial Initiation Technical Task Team. Throughout all previous initiation seasons, the plan have been implemented and interventions pursued, but challenges have remained. Currently, the challenges that we've identified as the following is the demand versus the capacity in terms of the monitoring teams, the accessibility of AMABOMA, the disregard of customary mail initiation protocols, community cooperation, lack of involvement and cooperation of parents, limited or lack of capacity of customary mail initiation practitioners, and increase in crime rate at initiation schools. Prevention strategies that we have embarked on to ensure safe initiation season are the following. We have developed some awareness campaigns. The PICES has developed a comprehensive awareness campaign on safe customary mail initiation. The plan focuses on the following: the awareness campaigns. This program has commenced by the beginning of April this year with focuses on school and community imbizos. The civil society form part of the teams that are conducting advocacy campaigns. We have also embarked on electronic and print media to disseminate the customary mail initiation messages. In so doing, we're working very much closely with the Department of Health for direct messages and health protocols. Again, we'll also be conducting supervision of initiation schools. We call this the monitoring. This will be starting at the beginning of the season. The season has already started, Chairperson, with the out-of-school boys, but for those who are in school, we'll be starting on the 27th of June. This we are doing it so that we are complying with the provisions of the Act. The monitoring team consists of SAPS members, designated medical officers from the Department of Health, the CDWs, and the NGOs, the traditional leaders. The monitoring teams are also comprised of local men who form part of the local initiation working committees. So far, we have trained the practitioners, that is in the form of Kangata or traditional nurses and traditional surgeons. For the Alfredo, we have trained 108 traditional nurses, and then for that is traditional surgeons, we have trained 80. In Amatole, we've done 71 for nurses and 45 for surgeons. Buffalo City, 51 for traditional nurses and 33 for traditional surgeons. In Krisani, we've trained 92 traditional nurses and then 41 traditional surgeons. And then in Jopa, we've trained 25 traditional nurses and 10 traditional surgeons. In Nelson Mandela, 14 traditional nurses and then 7 traditional surgeons. In Or Tambo, we've trained 125 traditional nurses and 54 surgeons. In Sarah Bartman, 55 nurses and 8 surgeons in Alfredo. In total, we can say, Chairperson, we have trained 541 nurses and 278 traditional surgeons. The content of the training focuses on the following: the cultural aspect of the initiation, that is social and cultural dimensions of the customary circumcision, and also have dealt with the legal aspects of it, that is the provisions of the Customary Initiation Act in the Eastern Cape and the Eastern Cape Customary Mail Initiation Act, and the offences related to the customary mail initiation practice. The training also dealt with clinical aspect, that is wound care and management, sterilization and surgical techniques, and the promotion of health standards. On terms of the regulatory framework in relation to the customary mail initiation, we are also dealing with the enforcement of laws and regulations. Within the technical initiation task team. There's a security cluster that is composed of SAPS, NPA, and the Department of Community Safety, and they have the following responsibility. The cluster ensures the availability of SAPS initiation coordinators in all police stations in the province. SAPS members also form part of the monitoring teams throughout the province to ensure the enforcement of law. They also effect arrest where there are criminal activities in the initiation schools and provide safety to monitoring teams during the monitoring. They also ensure the enhancement of enforcement. They ensure enhanced enforcement legislation compliance and ensure compliance to customary mail initiation protocols. They also empower and conduct empowerment and capacity building of SAPS members on the provisions of the Initiation Act. And they also ensure that the customary cases are prioritized within the criminal justice system. And then in terms of the emergency response plan, we are saying they have to prepare them to be able to respond to calamities of customary mail initiation, and to do that, the following is embarked on. The Department of Health has availed 50 vehicles for 2 months, which will be available at the beginning of the season up until the end. We've also availed 54 professional mail nurses. And the Department of Health has also procured pharmaceutical items to be available at the facilities level for ease access for the monitoring team. This is always a joint effort between the Department of Health and the NGOs that is providing support. There's also a response protocol, Chairperson, in relation to the injuries that are taking place within the initiation schools. We've got a grade 1 response. This response responds to minor penile injuries that are treated by the designated officers on site. We've also got a grade 2 response. This is a short-term admission at local hospitals, possible overnight stays for observation and treatment by the local doctors. And then there's also grade 3 and grade 4 response. This refers to regional or tertiary hospitals for attention of the urologist, specialists needing high care or ICU admissions. Still with the emergency response plan, they've also got the post-initiation circumcision complications. To deal with this, there is an enforcement of a minimum of 21 days stay in the initiation school. But after that, when they've been released from the initiation schools, we've also availed DMOs, that is designated medical officers, for a period of 2 weeks after the closing of the season to manage post-initiation adverse events. And we also conduct advocacy on the legislated initiation period. Department of Social Development also assists with the provision of psychosocial support to victims of post-initiation injuries. There's also a challenge of penile amputation due to negligence in the circumcision management. To deal with this, we have engaged the medical institutions on possibilities of conducting penile reconstruction to victims of penile amputation. We are also resuscitating relations between the Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders and the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital Urology Unit. But for us to be able to do this, we need to track and trace the victims of penile amputation. But before we can even track and trace the victims of penile amputation, Chairperson, we need to be sure that those institutions that we want to work with that are conducting penile reconstruction are fully operational, because we do not want to create hope to the victims of penile amputation, and then when we've identified them, we find that the institutions are not there to conduct the surgeries. On this, Chairperson, for the sake of time, and then if you will allow me, I've got slides that are indicating the support that is provided by the municipalities. But I can indicate, Chairperson, that all the district municipalities and metros in the province of the Eastern Cape are supporting the customary mail initiation program. But the challenge is the level of support that is provided. It differs from one municipality to municipality, but all the municipalities are fully involved in the initiation program. But there's, if I can move this, there's a support, deliberate support or clear support that we are requesting from the municipalities. We are saying that we are always requesting them to ensure that the initiation program is attached to the office of the mayor or speaker of the municipality for political buy-in and prominence, as the practice is viewed as a crisis needing critical intervention. We are also asking them to avail a dedicated budget on staff and staff to assist in the coordination of the program within the jurisdiction of the municipality. We are also asking them to facilitate the crafting of bylaws which must guide the process of customary mail initiation within the specific municipalities, taking into consideration the cultural dynamics of the particular area. Further, the bylaws must provide demarcation of areas specially reserved for the establishment of initiation school, as this will ease the registration of the schools. This is critical in ensuring that the schools are easily accessed by the monitoring teams. We are also asking the municipalities are also expected to assist the district and local initiation fora in conducting advocacy campaign targeting wards in their jurisdiction, focusing on the role of parents in the program, and also outlining the provisions of the legislation on the customary initiation program. Also to assist in interacting with the prospective initiates and to ensure the smooth transition of boyhood to manhood, and also facilitate the utilization of the print and electronic media. Each municipality is requested to ensure that initiation working committees based at ward level and traditional council are established and are sufficiently resourced to ensure their efficiency. District or local municipalities are also requested to ensure the consistency and the provision of transport lunch bags for the monitoring teams. And then now, in terms of collaborations and partnerships to address the customary mail initiation challenges, the Department of Cooperative Governance, through the Provincial House of Traditional and Council Leaders, apply the following mechanism to deal with challenges facing customary mail initiation. We are conducting advocacy campaigns, that is awareness focusing on schools and community mbizos and churches. We use the radio, mainly the SABC and community radio stations, to distribute customary mail initiation safety messages focusing on the would-be initiates and parents. We are also collaborating with the following stakeholders: the Department of Health for the provision of medical health interventions when the need arises, and the provision of transport. This designated medical officers to assist in the monitoring of the initiation schools. We've got the Department of Social Development, which provides psychosocial support to families of deceased and amputated initiates, also provide professional services, that is counseling to injured or amputated initiates. We've got the Department of Education that during the advocacy, the department facilitates the availability of would-be initiates to the advocacy programs and further continues with advocacy, more especially in dealing with the peer pressure. The Department of Cooperative Governance assess the effectiveness of initiation structures through the ITT engagement, also conduct awareness with specific focus on customary mail initiation practice, and also engage media houses, that is on Mhlobene and community radios, to be able to spread the safety messages on electronic media. The department also deployed traditional leaders from the provincial and local houses to conduct awareness campaign, as well as members of the house during the monitoring. There's also a security cluster which ensures the availability of SAPS coordinators, and then ensuring that members of SAPS are forming part of the teams that are doing monitoring, and also ensure enhanced enforcement of legislation compliance and ensure compliance with customary mail initiation legislation. Again, we're also working together with NGOs. The main NGO that we're working with is an NGO by the name of Right to Care. The NGO provides support in the following areas, that is OR Tambo, Alfredo, Buffalo City, Krisa, and Amatol district municipalities. The following is the support that is provided by the NGOs, the medical staff, professional nurses, and the contracted doctors for 5 districts to augment support provided by the Department of Health. They also provide vehicles with medical personnel to be used in supporting the monitoring teams during the bush trekking. They also provide PPE and promotional material. They also support advocacy by procuring airtime from SABC using Mhlobene and True FM radio stations. There's also an NGO by the name of Ikamva Lesizwe. The Ikamva Lesizwe provide training to Namakangata in the OR Tambo, Alfredo, Buffalo City, Krisa, and Amatoli areas, and including the Nelson Mandela. They also provide support for catering, for district initiation engagements, as when the need arises. They also provide the PPE and promotional material and airtime to monitoring team to ease communication of the team amongst themselves. They also accommodate injured initiates when necessary in the form of temporary rescue centers. In terms of the duration of this season, we are saying that the screening center started operating from the 1st of June 2025. The out-of-school boys underwent initiation as from the 14th of June 2025. The school-going boys will start their customary male initiation journey from the 27th of July 2025. Chairperson, that is the presentation on the state of readiness of the Eastern Cape. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stofile. Thank you very much for that presentation. We remain very concerned about any, further injuries that are inflicted on the initiates, and certainly we don't wish to hear or see any of the reported fatalities. Honorable members, that is where we are. Can we get your comments on this matter? Honorable Mteto.
Greetings, Chair, and thanks to the presentation from the MEC and the officials. I just wanted to submit one point that says I visited Stakespruit, which used to be called a shell in the Eastern Cape a couple of weeks ago, and they briefed me about their practice on the initiation. And they raised something interesting that says they have 0 death in their areas in terms of this culture and practice. But I think that is because of the protocols they observe in them conducting that. So what I'm suggesting is that, do we have something that we can call best practices in the manner in which we conduct this culture, wherein we can learn from our counterparts who are also in the province, but who are saying these deaths, they know that they are happening in certain areas, but there are certain areas where there is 0 or less death as opposed to what we're experiencing. So can we encourage maybe a cooperation or a twinning cooperation so that we learn? Because we said we don't want any death, so it's 0 death. So if there are people who have 0 death in this practice in the province, can we go and learn from there and see if we can take some of the lessons and bring them home? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nyambose. Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Toabe. I have said good morning already to everyone in the room. Chair, I just wanted to ask the question. If we cast our eye back to last year, we're given a very broad and very deep and comprehensive presentation on how 0 deaths were going to be attained. Sadly, as we all know, around in this meeting, then that wasn't to be. Now, my first question is, what is it that is being done is going to happen differently from what happened last year? That is, what are the points of departure from what was presented us to this committee last year to what now is going to make us get to 0 deaths? And linked to that question, are we now going to say, maybe with these efforts being put in front of us now, we are going to be looking at, again, cold comfort in terms of decreasing deaths? Or, at what point do we think we will get to 0 deaths? Because really that is our goal, but it has not happened. My next question, Chair, is can we please be told the number of tangible, conclusive prosecutions which have followed? I'm now talking for a moment from the delinquent side, because there's a lot of delinquency here which has made this whole program fall flat. And I want just to know whether, in terms of the police, what is the recourse? Because if of course, the prosecutions are going to tell us if there's any, is the best measure really to say what has been achieved. And what was mentioned in the presentation, which shows that this thing can be hit on the head, I think if more effort is done, maybe more than what is being done now. One appreciates, by the way, the presentation and the efforts that are being done. But at the end of the day, we can present until the cows come home. At the end of the day, we need to measure the efforts against tangible results. And then also when you see nowadays words like carelessness, that a lot of this is due to carelessness and disregard of protocols. It means the problem has been identified. So I just want to understand, why can't you cut out the cancer? What is it that is holding back? Because I think to all of us here, really, the department, the Eastern Cape and ourselves involved, the target that we want to see is 0 deaths now. So I want to know whether are we still going to look at decreased deaths, or are we going to look at 0 deaths? And then, of course, having answered what is going to be different from what was presented last year. Maybe I'm missing that in the presentation. Chair, I think that is, and the other thing as well, Chair, I just wanted to find out the communities that are failing, the municipalities that are failing, what has been done about them with regard to this matter, let alone the other things. With regard to this matter, I hear that there's uniformity, there's support, but this thing is continuing and unabated. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Direko. Please come in.
Thank you, Chair.
And please show your
greetings
faces
to-
as you speak. Let's show faces as we speak.
Well, Chair, but my network is very bad where I am. Chair, listening to the presentation, it gives us hope. However, we've been getting presentations for many years, but we're unable to reach our target of receiving the 0 death toll. So I want to check with the department as to, looking at the previous report that they had, how many initiation schools did they have in the previous year, and how many were operating legally and illegally? And in terms of the plan that are in place now, how are they going to ensure that they meet with all these schools and ensure that all of them are compliant? And looking also at the presentation, so far, how's the role of the Department of Health in ensuring that there's that compliance, and also the district department in terms of environmental readiness for this season? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're going to ask also the DG at National DTA to come in as we deal with this issue. The presentation has been made. To what extent are we able to say there is a difference that we expect? And so let's hear how you are looking at it. I think at some point we might need to have a meeting on site in the province with the various stakeholders, particularly government departments, different ministries, just to be sure that we are putting in the necessary any further mutilations and deaths. And so what we would like is to get a sense that things are different now than they were. Some of the presentations are indicating the amount of resources that have been put in. Are the vehicles, are they more than what we had before? The coordination, is it more now than before? The cooperation of traditional leaders and some of the issues, that the reluctance that we picked up, is it different now? And to what extent are we able to make sure we do not suffer a problem of unknown illegal schools that get discovered only when there are challenges? So let's get your comments, your responses. Mr. Stoffile, the MEC, as well as the DG, let's get your comments. And whoever has to speak, please show your face on the screen first. Mr. Stoffile, you'll have to come in. Looks like you are going to be the first one.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. On the issues that were raised by Honorable Mthethwa, the question was on his visit to State, and then he picked up some best practices. Yes, indeed, we do share best practices as the technical team, and we acknowledge the fact that DCoG is one of the municipalities within the province that has limited or few deaths that are taking place. And so far, really indeed in State, there are few deaths. We do share the best practices amongst the teams and then to check as to what is it that they are doing, and you can still even learn further on what is going to be done differently. We had a visit by the National Minister in the Eastern Cape at the beginning of this year, raising concern about the deaths. Amongst the issues that were raised was the visit to kingdoms and the fact that the custom needs to be owned by the traditional leaders. And then the kings took a decision that they will engage the traditional leaders on the challenges of them not being fully involved, and that we did visit the kingdoms, and the traditional leaders were summoned by the kings, and then they were given the right marching orders so that they can be able to take full control of the initiation in their areas. But unfortunately, not all the kingdoms could be visited, but the most critical areas like Nyandeni and Amampondomise that was visited, even the launch of the season was done within the Amampondomise area. So what I can say is a bit different this time was that were those clear instructions that were given by the kings to traditional leaders to take full control of the custom. And then on the issue of prosecution, yes, there are prosecutions that are taking place to honorable members, but currently, if I can be allowed to send the report later, because we didn't prepare that, we do not have the current status on what has been done, but that is a report that can be availed as early as next week. So I would ask that I be allowed to provide that report at a later stage. On the role of what is being done back to the municipalities, I think maybe MEC and the acting HOD can assist me on that one. But I can still state that there's still a limited involvement of traditional leaders, more especially the headmen, when it comes to the customary mail initiation problem, more especially when it comes to monitoring. Yes, it is. We do still have illegal schools within the province, but the biggest number now is the number of the legal schools. If maybe I can be allowed just to check on that and give the exact figure, maybe after the presentation by other people respond from the Eastern Cape, I'll be able to present that, the exact figures. On the role of the Department of Health, as I've indicated in my presentation, the Department of Health is playing a very much critical role within the customary mail initiation practice, because they are the one who are providing the designated medical officers and the doctors supported by the NGOs and the transport for monitoring. So mainly they are playing a very key role. I think just for now, that is what I can report. And then can I come back at a later stage on the statistics of the initiation schools that were legal and illegal? I thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And greetings again to members of the Portfolio Committee. Yes, Honorable Chair, the issue also in addition is that I was able with the Deputy Minister Ngamashe to meet with all the headmen, and they raised a number of issues which are more related to traditional leaders themselves and how they then handle each other from kingdoms, principals and headmen. And they committed that this season and December season, if resources are available for them to be able to attend the monitoring teams, they will gladly do so. Now, that's a matter that we have committed that we will not allow ourselves to fail because traditional circumcision, Chair, requires more monitoring. And if you look at it, it is in traditional headmen where these schools are actually established. So we have committed that we are going to ensure that there's broader participation of headmen, and the House actually committed to ensure that they are involved in monitoring as we begin the winter season. Then the second issue, Chair, is that if things would have really panned out our way, we would want to use the right to care more in terms of providing us with medical doctors. We've started an approach where we engage with them, and they've submitted to us some proposal, but it seems to be unachievable in terms of the costing. And we've also engaged with the national minister to say, how can nationally the minister intervene to assist us so that we can engage right to care. At the same time, we've also engaged Gift of the Givers. They are committing that they will give us medical doctors that would assist, because we would want, Chair, in our teams, there should be this professional eye with capability to identify matters of dehydration on time, gangrene, and all these very deeply medical issues. They should be looked into, because we have lost, we have achieved wrongly penal amputation because of lack of this professional eye. So our approach is that if we could get a medical doctor in each of our teams at district level that can assist us with this. So Gift of the Givers, we've had a meeting last week. They are ready to give us a few doctors to join our teams. And we are also processing the right to care. And I think DG Dipufa will also talk about our submission that we have made to them and the minister for this season and then the summer season. On municipalities, Honorable Chair, we have a protocol with them that traditional circumcision cannot be left to anyone and without support. So there's agreement that those municipalities will also avail councillors under the mayor or the speaker. Then those councillors will be working with our district forums to assist in giving water to traditional initiation schools and in ensuring that the monitoring is happening through giving resources for those monitoring teams in terms of food and so on. So that is always happening then, Chair, because of our provincial agreement with municipalities. The only nemesis, as a last point, Chair, is that traditional circumcision has got stigmatization, Honorable Chair. This stigmatization is the one that sometimes creates problems for us. For instance, if an initiate has got chronic illnesses, diabetes, whether you've got HIV, whether you've got high blood pressure. Now, the stigmatization is that if you take your medication or you are epileptic, if you take your own medication to the traditional circumcision school, the stigmatization is that you're using pills and therefore you are not in the terms they are using. Those people are really failing us because they result in deaths because children in the, then we experience the sicknesses that they have from home. So it's a matter of stigmatization that our advocacy was all actually focusing on to try and remove all these things that make tradition difficult because of the problems of stigmatization. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chairperson, you are muted.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. I didn't realize that. Sorry. Thank you very much, MEC. We still would like to see a very strong advocacy and communication campaign that deals with the issue of stigmatization. We believed even after our visit that this was the major issue as we went around stigma that would actually assist in stopping a lot of deaths and mutilation. So we would like you to show us a lot more of that. In the meantime, can I then ask the DG, I haven't seen the Deputy Minister, Benz Ngamashe. If he is around, I can't see on the screen. Please come through, as well as the DG. Let's have your comments. DG Tepufa.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members of the committee, Honorable MEC. Yes, I know that Honorable Deputy Minister Ben Ngamashe was on the ground these last 2 days as part of the monitoring of initiation schools. He was conducting visits and engagements with communities in the Eastern Cape. So I suspect that he may not have been able to join the meeting because he's seized with that task at the moment. But perhaps just to confirm in terms of what the Honorable MEC Williams has said, through a process that was mobilized by Honorable Minister Hlabisa, national ministers were brought on board, and this particular proposal of availing medical personnel was presented to the Minister of Health, who agreed that that's the role that the Department of Health will step into and assist with. So it's just a matter of the logistics that are being worked on now. But that agreement was secured with Dr. Motsoaledi to make sure that there is a medical personnel that is mobilized by the Department of Health, obviously in collaboration with the Provincial Department of Health. Perhaps just to add that, as Madiba has indicated, there are presentations that were done before to the committee with a lot of the statistics that honourable members are asking for, and so Madiba will update the statistics in terms of prosecutions, for example. But I just wanted to add, as honourable members would recall, in those presentations, that one of the challenges, which is where the issue of the role of parents really comes in, was that even where cases were opened and arrests were effected, unfortunately, there will still then be a withdrawal of the cases by the family, which means that there may be something that happens behind the scenes that get the parents, and it's part of the stigmatization issue that comes in, to say if you let this matter be dealt with through law enforcement agencies, then there's something wrong with the manner in which you relate to this customary practice. So that campaign, Honourable Chair, indeed, it's a very important step. I know that in its own programs, the National Initiation Oversight Committee has got programs relating to campaigns as well, and we'll see a lot of those being rolled out. Part of what we've seen in practice also, it's communication messages that are already coming through around the province itself. You will see a lot of big boards where very clear messages are being communicated in the streets, but obviously messages that are being communicated through social media and through radio as well, as part of that campaign of sending this message of safe initiation practices. Perhaps just the last point to add, Honourable Chair, as part of that mobilization, Honourable Minister Hlabisa was working on, engagements took place with SALGA as well, just to make sure that SALGA gets drawn in when it comes to this issue of the involvement of municipalities. So the initial steps that have been taken thus far in collaboration with SALGA was for SALGA to invite us to their IGR structures, where we could then come in and talk about the Customary Initiation Act and the partnership that we would like to see with municipalities, so that the kinds of concerns that Madiba has raised can begin to be addressed. What came out of those engagements with the IGR structures of SALGA is that they will get involved to facilitate greater collaboration at a local level, so that the mayors can work much more closely with the local houses of traditional and Khoisan leaders, because that's where this partnership is actually necessary. So out of those engagements, what we are focusing on now is just the follow-up to make sure that that cascading of that message from the SALGA leadership to the lower level of partnering with the local houses of traditional and Khoisan leadership can actually be operationalized. Those are the additions that I wish to make, Honorable Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. Colleagues, do you have any follow-up questions? There's none. Honorable Inkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question that I had raised to the department. That is there any way of just having a notion of when we can look at zero deaths? I don't believe I'm asking for crystal ball gazing, but in terms of based on what we have and this upstaged presentation now from last year, do we have any notion? Actually, I asked a question that in this manner earlier to say, are we still maybe going to still look at decreasing trajectory going in the wrong direction, but decreasing deaths? And when exactly? I know it might not be an easy question, but it's a very desperate situation. Exactly when can we put the head on the block to say, when can we possibly look at, I think the initiatives really that have been made are commendable. That I must comment on. But can we look at some stage, gentlemen, ladies, of when we might be talking of zero deaths? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Inkosi Buthelezi. DG and the team.
Honorable Chair, thanks to Honorable Shenge for the question. Well, this is certainly the target that we're working on now as we speak. If you look at the interventions that both government, the provincial government, as well as the partners that have been roped into this process are working towards, that is exactly the target that we are focusing on now. And as Honorable Nyambos has indicated, it is possible. And if you look at, if honorable members could recall the statistics that have been presented by the province over the last 2 years or so, you'll see that actually the trends show that zero casualties, the target of zero casualties is possible. And it has happened in the Eastern Cape, in Jo'qabi in particular, but in other provinces as well. So I think the issue is to just retain the focus on that target and continue to mobilize all the support that we need. The difficulty, of course, it's the issue of the role of the community, because some of these things are hidden from government, they are hidden from law enforcement, they are hidden from customary initiation structures that have been established by government. And by the time this information comes out, it is actually late. So that's why this campaign of making sure that all the stakeholders and the partners and the parents in particular are mobilized to play their role become very useful. I think the critical issue is that part Honorable Shenge, that there are communities that do not necessarily, I think, hold hands with government to make sure that they don't hide these practices and the things that happen behind the scenes when your child has gone missing and you suspect that the child may have been abducted and this is not communicated on time, then we have a problem. When the child is ready for initiation and they go to an initiation school that is not registered and government does not know that and that is not communicated to government, that becomes a problem. So we retain a focus on that target, but with the view that that strengthened campaign of the community in particular to come on board will really assist. That is my contribution, Honorable Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted this discussion. We also, during the last meeting that we had when we were discussing the target of the traditional affairs, we then agreed that as the committee, we want zero death vote or nothing, death toll or nothing. So I believe with all this presentation that you have done and initiatives that you have put in place, we'll be able to achieve that if it could be implemented as such. And we believe that the presentation is not just a part of the compliance process, but it will also gives us the good results that you are looking for, because one death is too many for us. We can't afford to have such. So now, colleagues, we'll go to our next item on the agenda, which is the petition. We remember that during our last meeting, we're supposed to have a petition of the city of Johannesburg, but due to some of the miscommunication and misinformation, we then had to refer it to this meeting. So, Sherin, can you please check with us if the colleagues from the city of Johannesburg are part of the meeting, and also if the petitioners are part of our meeting, so that we can then proceed to that item.
Thank you, Acting Chairperson. The municipality is in the meeting, and I believe the petitioners are also in the meeting, as well as the Department of Cooperative Governance in Gauteng. Thank you.
Sorry, Honorable Direko, can I just check now? I think, Shirin, we should release the delegation from the Eastern Cape. Excuse them and thank them for their presentation. The MECs who have been here, Mrs. Toffile and the whole team, thank you very much for the time you have spent with us. We certainly appreciate. So at this point, you are excused. And as Honorable Direko has indicated, we should then proceed to the petition. The department stays on, and then we'll finish off after the petition with the remainder of the issues. Thank you, Honorable Direko. I'm sorry, members, I've got a very unstable connection, so I've asked Honorable Direko to assist as we move on. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Shirin, do we have the list of the delegation that's coming to deal with the petition, the petitioners? The MEC Mamabulo was with us already. Welcome, MEC, and the mayor, His Worship Councillor Dada, with us. There should have been other MMCs as well as the petitioners. Can we just have a sense if the petitioners are here, and maybe let's get a bit of a brief from the MEC and the mayors, how far they went trying to connect with the petitioners. MEC, are you with us? Okay, can we invite Mayor Morero?
Thank you, Chair of the session, and greetings to members of the committee. We are here today as the City of Johannesburg. I think the MMC for Human Settlement is also here. I'm not as sure because I was checking on the register whether the petitioners are here, but would have communicated hopefully that they did join the meeting today to present their issues. But the city is here, the city manager is here, the entire team that is required from the city is part of the meeting. The city manager, Tsepo Makola, is also here. So perhaps he can indicate, even his office is here. So on our side, we've got our delegation consolidated. I'm not as sure if the petitioners are all here. Can I probably ask the city manager to confirm, then we can take it from the chair of the session.
Okay, we have Honorable Masango. Please show your face and you can talk to us about this. Honorable Masango, are you able to? Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for this opportunity again. I have been, since the Portfolio Committee Secretary alerted me to us being the next to be called into the meeting, have been trying to get hold of the Mr. Lamula, who has told me over the phone that he cannot join due to Wi-Fi issues where he is at the moment. And I also received the report from the Portfolio Committee chair that comes that explains the entire thing. And I wonder, Honourable Chairperson, if the petitioners are not here, if the report can be presented anyway, so that whatever work that needs to still be done by the petitioners is taken back to them, and they can consider the report that we have received. I just am totally frustrated by the fact that the petitioner can't honor this meeting. Thanks.
No, that's no problem. Let's get back to the city manager. Yeah, was there any communication with the petitioners? What can you report? Mayor Dada.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee, the EM, the MEC, and all the senior officials. We did communicate.
Show your face when you speak, so at least we know who's speaking. We also just need for record the face to show.
Oh, okay, just.
Looks like that really upset your signal. Okay, just proceed. I see that the name was Makola. I'm not sure if you can hear us at this point.
That's me, Chair. I think it just affected my network, but we did communicate through the Human Settlements Department.
So identify yourself. Who are you? Because we can't even see the face. Then you
Chair,
can the explanation.
Yeah, my apologies, Chair. My name is Tsepo Makola, the acting city manager in the city of Johannesburg. I did try to show my camera, but it seems to have challenges in terms of the bandwidth.
That's fine. That's fine. Proceed with the explanation.
Yeah, Chair, we did communicate with the practitioner, with the Mr. Lamola, following our meeting after the committee meeting last week, We had about an hour, 2-hour meeting that was
I'm not
chaired
sure
by...
if it's mine or yours that's gone missing. Honorable Member.
Can you hear me, Chair? Am I still audible, Chair?
Yes, you are, Ntati.
Yes. Chair? Chair, if you can still hear me, so we did communicate with Mr. Lamola following our long discussion that was chaired by MMC Mabaso for human settlement. So we had made them aware and we did contain that in the report. Thanks, Chair. I think I'll just leave it at that we did communicate. Thank you.
Colleagues, it looks like the chair has some serious network challenges. So while we are waiting for him to rejoin the meeting, we'll then allow the City of Johannesburg under the leadership of the Executive Mayor, Honorable Dada Morero, to take us along on the matter of petition. In terms of the meeting that you had as the municipality with the petitioners, and thereafter we'll then go to the petitioners if they're here. If they're not, we'll then allow members of the portfolio committee to make their inputs and ask clarity-seeking questions where necessary. The Executive Mayor.
Greetings, Chair, and greetings to the honorable members. It's Councillor Mabaso here, the MMC for Human Settlements. I'm also with the MMC of Environment Infrastructure Service. That is also in the meeting. The Executive Mayor is attending to other council businesses. He was available at 10:30, but yet to attend to other council businesses. So we will be the ones leading the delegation and the engagements on behalf of the City of Johannesburg, representing the executive. Through your guidance, we will then commence with our presentation into the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. You can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the meeting, we have the acting city manager. The Office of the Executive Mayor is also represented, the Executive Director of the department. I will, through your indulgence, allow the ED to do a technical presentation, but safe to say, Chair, that after the meeting that was convened last week, where we were invited as the City of Johannesburg, there was a request by the committee that we convene a meeting with the petitioners so that we engage and align on the issues that were raised in the petition. We have shared the report, so I am not sure whether the members of the committee did receive the report prior. If not, one would apologize for that, but we made attempts to make sure that the report is submitted prior so that by the time we engage on the matter, at least the members of the committee are acquainted with what is contained in the report. But I can confirm that the meeting with the petitioners was convened, and we did understand the issue around the location and the name of the informal settlement that we do not have on our books. And in the meeting, it was confirmed that the informal settlement that is termed as Pholani Park in the petition is known as Fearfokol. So the Pholani Park is a new name that has been introduced. Hence, most of us are not aware of. But the Fearfokol informal settlement we know, but it's not in our book as the city of Johannesburg, because the informal settlement, 98% of the informal settlement is located in Ekurhuleni, and it's Ekurhuleni that has always been servicing that particular informal settlement. So through our investigation, we identified that it's approximately 20 shacks that are within the boundaries of Johannesburg, and the whole informal settlement is located at Ekurhuleni. We did have an engagement as well with the ward councillor just to confirm what we had identified through our investigation. Then the second informal settlement, which is called Meriting, that particular informal settlement is being serviced, and it is under our UISP program, which is the upgrading of informal settlements. Electricity was provided in that informal settlement, water and sanitation and the waste removal. It's one of the services that are being provided in the informal settlement. But through our engagement, we then discovered that the petition is talking to the new shacks that were erected after we had electrified that particular area, which then poses a challenge for us as the municipality, because we are also experiencing the scourge of invasions in the city of Johannesburg, and it's one area that we are trying to very hard to work towards resolving. But we can confirm that the Meriting informal settlement is one informal settlement that is under our UISP. There is work that is happening there in terms of upgrading the informal settlement, and there are continuous engagements with the stakeholders, the residents and the leaders of that particular informal settlement. And the informal settlement was electrified by ESCOM a couple of years ago. But I will allow the ED or the acting city manager to lead in terms of providing that technical presentation into the committee in detail of what one has actually presented into the meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now give is there anyone from the municipality who wants to make inputs? I can see that the mic of the acting municipal manager is on.
Yes, Chair. I was just saying that through you, the Executive Director, Human Settlements, will then take us through the technical report, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's allow the Executive Director.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Kwani. I am the Acting Executive Director for Human Settlements in the department. The report will be presented by the Regional Director of the region, that is where geographically the informal settlements are located. But the MMC has already covered the core issues that are captured in the report. And Tatara Shaka, if you can take us through the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ED. Thank you, Chairperson and CM, MMC, and honorable members. I'd like to just flight a report, if you'll allow me to, Chairperson. I'm not currently having the permissions to flight the report. Okay, thank you, Chair. Is the report visible to everyone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the petition made some references to various settlements in the area. I've just given a brief introduction to the petition. The petition was brought by Honorable Masango to the committee. It referred to two settlements, Pholani Park and Meriding View. The petition also said that the settlements was located in Ward 77, 78, and 133. So firstly, we start by giving points of clarification. The settlement known to the committee as Pholani Park is not on the books, as the MMC has said. The settlements that are in Ward 133 and 78 are listed there below. So as you can see, Pholani Park is not part of the settlements. But we have managed to engage the petitioner and the ward councillor. The ward councillor, through her guidance and issues on the ground, we've managed to locate the informal settlement. I've added a graphic there that shows the yellow line, which is the boundary between City of Johannesburg and City of Ekurhuleni. And then the name that was referred to by the NMC, Veerfocal, is what is known to the community and to the city as locally. So this settlement, because of its size being inside Ekurhuleni, it's always being serviced by the city of Ekurhuleni. This settlement was conceived around 2018, similar to the other settlements that we're going to be discussing. So this settlement, we do not have the information with regards to its processes, where it is in the upgrading program and all those things, because it falls within the city of Ekurhuleni, and that's how it has always been. So we were respectfully requesting that this matter of this settlement in particular be referred to the city of Ekurhuleni to respond. As a city, we do not offer service to this informal settlement. And the second part of the report speaks to Meriding View. So Meriding View was referred to as being in Ward 77. We have the Councillor Charmaine Mwepe is in the meeting as well, so you can confirm that we engaged her and the petitioners, and we found that the settlement that is being referred to as Meriding View is actually a grouping of settlements called Mino Global, Park, and Mvelapanda. If you look at the settlement attachment, the signatures, when they mention their addresses, they use the code MGP and MV. It refers to these three places, and these are the households we have on our records. So this settlement also started in 2018 pre-COVID, and it's around the settlement of Meriding. So if you look, the yellow block is Meriding, which we are currently doing UISP, as the MMC has alluded to. And if you look at the spaces, this first image is from 2018. So where Mina Global is located was vacant, where Mvelapanda was located is also vacant, and where Park is located is also vacant. If you fast forward to a current image, you see that Mina Global is now fully invaded, Mvelapanda as well, and Park. So these communities refer to themselves as Meriding View, which is what was causing the confusion in the last meeting, that we could not fully locate these, but we since have managed to identify these settlements. So the challenges that we are having with this settlement is that it's a new settlement within the first 5 years. And some of the challenges that we are having is that we have settlements that have been preceding this one by more than 2 decades, which we are prioritizing for upgrading. The settlement came after the last round of round one verification. So in the upgrading of informal settlements program, there are various phases. Phase 1 is done by national. Those outputs done by national are the upgrading plans. So the upgrading plans then guide the municipalities into the upgrading process. So the time the first round was done, around 2018, these settlements were not part of the listing of the city. They have since come after. So these settlements must still be subjected to phase 1 of upgrading, which is done by national. As a department, we are enumerating all the settlements within the region, so it's not just this one, but even other new settlements, which will write to national and get upgrading plans created for, and then they will start following the process of upgrading like the other settlements that have done. So in conclusion, we are saying that these settlements were misunderstood because of the naming. We have since identified them. Even though they are new settlements, they are still being provided with basic water and sanitation. The city will write to national and have them subject, along with others, to phase 1 of the upgrading program, and thereafter the outcomes of the upgrading programs will dictate the way forward for these settlements. We must note, however, that there is a scarcity of land within the city, especially within this area, the Ivory Park sub-region. Furthermore, these settlements, especially Park, lie in areas that are subject to servitudes, which make upgrading them in situ quite difficult. So we would need land or projects to link these households to. So these are some of the challenges that we're experiencing. But we do acknowledge that we have a responsibility to provide services and upgrading interventions to the settlements, which we are intending to do once we have the upgrading report, which will be done by National, that will guide us on the way forward. I think that's a brief summation of the technical report. I think I will rest there. Thank you, Chairperson and honourable members.
Thank you, Director. I can see that the chair is back.
Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Direko.
Yes, Chair, we just had the presentation from the municipality now.
Sure. No, thank you very much, Honourable Direko. I don't think we should proceed very far with this discussion. There are a few issues maybe which we just need to note from the report. Last week we delayed because there was a bit of a miscommunication. At this point, we are fully aware now what area we're talking about. I think the issue we're dealing with is a bit of a difficult challenge in the sense that there's a huge amount of informal settlement. What I would like to check with the Honourable the Honourable Masango, sorry. Honourable Masango, is whether in fact the processes of bringing this petition to Parliament, we actually did go through the relevant local municipal offices as well as the provincial, because from what I can see, the fact that there's been a bit of confusion, it's clear that there's not been much knowledge of this information from anyone in the municipality. Secondly, the fact that this has been a new informal settlement, it does create a bit of a challenge in terms of how the city must deal with all of these informal settlements, especially each one competing to get attention ahead of the others. So with this report, my sense would be that we would need to get it back to the municipality to say they must deal with this issue and then give us update report on how they will be dealing with it, because it is clear it's not the only one. It is also clear that there are others that have been dealt with before. And so, we need to create space for attention to be given to this matter, knowing how complex it is, but then get a progress report. I don't think that we should go into much further discussion on this matter. So if this report were to be then shared with the petitioners, and then the matter must be taken back to the council, and then we can then be given regular feedback as to what is being done to deal with this and similar other related issues. So before we go back to get the municipality to respond, Honourable Masango, I'd like you to just come back here so that we need to find a way to settle this matter. The petitioners have raised the matter, it's fine. Even if they're not here, we could share with them the report and then of the municipality. Honourable Masango, you'd like to come in? They will get the members.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I want to appreciate your comments on this issue.
Yes.
And also to confirm that at the writing of the petition, in fact, even in my covering note, I believe, of the petition, I did mention that efforts had been made to approach the city of Johannesburg, and undertakings were made to make good on this petition. It did not just come straight to Parliament, because, as you say rightly, there are processes that need to be followed in the submission of a petition. I also want to agree with you that now that we have a report, let us then make sure that this report goes back to the city of Johannesburg, and the meetings that we are informed to have taken place between the city and the petitioners are taken forward in clarifying what it is that has been done since those undertakings were made and since the petition has come to Parliament. The bottom line for me, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, is that the residents get the services that are on the petition, and that clarities that we now know have been made lead us to the services being rendered. That is all that I would ask, Honourable Chairperson, and I could not agree more with you in what you are saying as the process going forward after the report that has been presented to us. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pansil, and then the Councillor Charmaine Ngwepe.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I think as this committee, we need to appreciate the fact that this petitioner is in an informal settlement, and we know he has no electricity, let alone data really to connect to a meeting of Parliament. So I think the fact here then remains the city of Johannesburg is failing communities within its boundaries, and there's residents still in informal settlements, some water and portable toilets to what I think they classified as basic services, but they still remain without electricity. So I think this petition really would have been started out of pure frustration and desperation, and the city cannot deny that fact due to a spelling error or a misplacement of a name of the settlement, because I think that's what they, it's clear that that's what they're trying to do. So I think these residents definitely deserve better. We need to get a timeline from the mayor and the city to get human settlements either from both, from Ekurhuleni and from the city of Johannesburg, both of these municipalities, to go to Pholani Park or Veerfokel, whatever the thing is called, the informal settlement is called, with a report so that they can give clarity and so that we can know what is going on. So I think that is definitely the way forward, Chairperson, is that both of these municipalities, now that they said Ekurhuleni is also a part of it, must take their human settlements departments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ngwepe.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Ngwepe here. Thank you.
Can you show your face?
Show my face. Okay, can you see my face? Okay, this is Councillor Charmaine Ngwepe. Okay, I'm the responsible councillor for that Ward 92. I think what sparked that petition was the fact that now there's a development to Meriting, the old Meriting, that it's 2 decades old. And so these guys, whenever they saw that there's a development that is coming to Meriting, so they decided to do this petition. And I said to them when we had a meeting with the human settlement, calling themselves that they are Meriting View. Then I said, no, there's no Meriting View in all my books. And I must bring to your attention that any pocket land that is there in Ward 92, these guys, they are invading. As we're sitting now, I've got 25 settlements that are there. So now these 3, they are starting to say we need electricity. I'm not saying they should not have electricity, but now I feel that they want to jump the queue because of, as we speak now, we've got people that are still waiting for their houses since 1996. And these guys, they are 5 years old. And now they want to be part of the development that is happening at Meriting as we speak. So that's why now they're calling themselves Meriting View. There is no Meriting View. I know those residents from the minor global Velapanda. I had the meeting with them that, guys, we need to wait for your turn, because of now where you're sitting, some of them are under ESCOM servitude. Others are on the wetland. Others are on the bridge. Whenever it rains, those guys, their life are in danger. They're putting themselves deliberately, knowing that somebody will come and feel pity for them and move them and use the very same constitution that if you're there 72 hours, therefore you're entitled to be given a land. So they're using that. They're guilt tripping even myself, those communities. So I'm not saying again to Honorable Fansay, that they should not have electricity, but they must also follow the procedure. And that Meriting, that minor global, it's actually an overflow. It's not an overflow, actually. Meriting, it was 380, and then because of they took time to develop Meriting, then it went to 480. Again, they took time. Then now we're sitting Meriting at 655 people that needs to get houses. So now they see this, then that's why they now take a shortcut to petition, so that they become, when they develop Meriting, so that they also get the development. So I'm saying, in a nutshell, let's look into that, because of most, even the 22 other informal settlement, they're going to come and using the very same modus operandi that, okay, because of they felt pity for those ones, even us, let's do that. As we speak now, there's a 418 in Glen Austin. They're trying to invade that land so that they guilt trip again. So I just want to bring to you, Chair, what we're sitting at as a ward councillor, Charmaine Mwepe, there in Ward 92, which I'm responsible for them. And then there's Tanki's View. There's a whole lot. I wish, I know MMC Mabaso and his office and Rashaka, they're always there to come and mitigate these issues. But these guys now, they thought that if they go up and jump, and then things will happen for them and leave the people who've been there for decades. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mwepe. I think this issue arose briefly when we're discussing the earlier report of the disaster management issue, where there's a need for us as political parties to find a way to guide people properly, so that when people are settling in areas, particularly we're talking about areas which are prone to disasters, that we should always try and help them to balance the issues up in terms of what is possible and what processes there are and what the local authorities have to do to deal with their issues. Now, with the mushrooming of informal settlement and the rate at which it is happening, it is on its own is a challenge that the municipalities have to find ways to manage and deal with. With regard to the particular petitioners and the comments from the councillor, we should be aware that it's not an unknown thing here that you get, everyone, once they settle, they want to get attention. And whether, in fact, the plans there are, whether there are plans, whether there are resources, it's a matter that we have to refer to the municipality to manage and deal with. So in that case, then, that's why I raised the question about whether the necessary procedural approaches were followed to deal with the local authorities to take the matter up in line with what available resources and local plans there are to be able to address this matter. Because it would not be correct for Parliament to step in and help anybody to jump the queue, as it were. So I would want to suggest that at this point, we should refer the matter back at the city of Johannesburg to also liaise with Ekurhuleni so that these matters can be given attention. And I'm hoping that the MEC would still be here to give a support for this process so that they can then look at this matter. I would say we need just regular reports of progress reports as to what is happening with regard to this matter. We should all be aware that this is not the only area where there's so much pressure for services. We should also be aware that they are not the only area where there are new settlements, and we should be aware that there will obviously be a way of how the municipality must manage this because of the kind of pressures that they are facing, as it were, with regard to the mushrooming settlements and the need to try and provide for all of those people who are involved in those particular areas. With the petitioners, and thank you very much to the municipality for that. Secondly, the municipality must continue to engage the petitioners as well as also interact with Ekurhuleni municipality so that there's a joint approach on how to address the issues of services in these particular areas. As Parliament, we are aware that communities, if they have a challenge on being able to get their concerns addressed, they will approach Parliament, and they have a right to do that. Obviously, we want to encourage that if that were to happen, they must follow the necessary procedures to deal with them. And then in the course of all of this, we need to actually ask the municipality to come back and give us a report of how far they've dealt with this issue. I would say we'll give you a report. If you give us a report after 3 months as to what has happened on this matter, then we will be waiting for that as Parliament. I'd like to close the matter at that so that we can then move on. Honorable Mtetwa, you want to come in, but we want to close the matter at this point.
No, I'm not engaging on this one. I was just checking with you, Chair, seeing that we've been looking forward to the Mayor of Johannesburg, whether he will still come again for another day to engage with them on matters that are pending on their side. Or we can engage while they are still on the platform.
No, we don't do ambushes here. So what we'll do, we will bring the matters which we need the mayor to respond to, give him adequate warning to come back and discuss that. For now, it was just for the petition, and I would like us to round up this issue. We have actually overshot our timeline. The 8 o'clock start was because we're going to finish a bit early. And so I'd like us to try and move on. I see there's a hand, Mlungi Simabaso. You'd like to come in so that we can close this matter?
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to yourself because you were not in the meeting when I greeted earlier on. And I'm not sure whether the signal will favor my location because we are doing a site inspection. Chair,
we're closing this issue. Just go straight to the point.
Chair, I wanted to say I don't know whether 3 months will be sufficient for us, considering the processes that we must engage on in terms of this matter, because we still need to engage with the human settlements at the national level. So maybe if we could maybe be given 6 months to engage with national and other entities that are involved in the process. Because we still need to also to do the assessments on the land to determine whether they are located in a suitable land for developments or not. And there's quite a lot of process that we must engage on.
Okay. All right. That's fine. We'll keep it at 3 months at that point. And if we need to, we'll then ask you to come back after another 6 months. But give us 3 months, tell us what you have done at that point. If it's not complete, it's okay. Tell us where you are so we can see what progress you're making. we're not assuming you'll have completed the entire process in 3 months, but we don't want the matter to be lost for our own attention. 3 months, you'll give us a progress report, then we'll assess how far you have gone. We're also not saying you must stop attending to all other issues and only deal with this matter. We're just saying that this matter has been brought to our attention and we'd like you to try and give it attention and give us a report as we move along. Can we agree on that and then close this matter at that point? Thank you very much. Thanks to the City of Johannesburg, the Mayor, the MEC as well, and then the MMCs, and thanks to the Honorable Masango, and thanks to the petitioners and officials of the various departments involved. You are now excused, so at this point you can actually disengage off the platform. And thank you very much. We will wait for the report in 3 months. We are aware of the complexity of the matter we are dealing with, and certainly we would want to just see how you're managing as you move along. Thank you very much, Honorable Masango. You'll also be excused. Thank you.
Thank
Let's
you.
take
Thank
the
you.
next item of
so
the
much.
agenda. You're welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much. Let's have the next item on the agenda. Honorable members, I have a feeling we might be unable to complete this next item. So let's see what the item is and how we can take the matters from there. Shireen, please let's get the agenda on the screen, please. And don't tell me I'm frozen again. Can the members hear me? It looks like.
Chair, I think it's
Yes, we can, Chair.
Thank you. All right, let's see if we can look at the agenda. Now, all right, we're going to take the next item. It shouldn't be too long from what I can see. Well, there are a few other items here. DG, in the absence of the minister, I'm not sure about the deputy minister whether they're still here, but we are happy to proceed. DG, do you want to give us a quick guide as to how these reports are going to be given?
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. There are 3 items, Chair. The item on the lawsuit, Dr. Stoller was going to take us through that item on the lawsuit from Toyota. He was going to brief us at high level on that particular item. It's an item that is managed by Etegwin and Toyota. The 2 organizations have been meeting and dealing with that item. The one on the DG, our view, Chair, is that there was an amicable parting of ways between KZN government and the DG of the province. As we know, the DG is appointed by the Office of the Premier. The Office of the Premier will be better placed to comment on that matter as the employer. The one with the Democratic Alliance, the Minister has had several meetings with the Democratic Alliance. Dr. Naidu has prepared a presentation on that one, and will take guidance from you whether, Chair, you want to take it today or you would want to defer it for the Minister to be part of it. Yes, those are the 3 items that belong to us.
You wash your hands off the KZN DG issue. I'm not sure if it's correct, but that's where you stand. The next one you're going to present on the brief, on the briefing on the disaster lawsuit. We will take that briefing, and then the one on the members' bill.
Yes.
Let me get here. Do the members wish to get the minister to be present, or we can take the progress report? I am aware that there was supposed to be an interaction between the minister and Mr. Michalakis. Honorable Fonseca.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the minister might need to have to give his, his input on that. I think it's very important. So if we can stand that over, considering that also we started at 8 o'clock this morning and there is second afternoon, whereby everyone is now rushing to, can we possibly look at taking these issues again at the next meeting, or arranging a time when we can dispose of these items? Please, Chair.
You propose we stand them down, and honorable members, let's have your comment. Any agreement to that? We stand everything down, and then we will then release everybody.
It's got my.
Ngosi.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I was saying it's got my support.
All right.
It's
That's
got my
good.
support. Yes, thank you.
All right. Honorable Mteto, are you objecting? You look like you are.
No, I'm saying, Chair, in that bill, we must make sure that also Amakosi matter is intertwined with the collusion bill so that we don't form a collusion of parties alone, but the traditional leaders must be part of the local government process if we agree. Otherwise, we'll start our own process parallel to that one.
I call that gate crashing. Eh? You bring a matter completely from outside the window. You need to bring that matter into the white paper process. And you are aware of it, yeah. But if you want to raise it with the minister, you're welcome to do that when the minister comes. I think you have now supported the approach. Honorable members, the briefing on these matters will then stand down. The recommendation would be that the minister be present when we do the update on the private members bill. That is fine as long as we are aware that there's been an interaction. It's fine. We will get the progress report. The other two matters will come back in the next meeting. We'll alert the department ahead of time. So with that, then it brings us to the conclusion of our meeting, except one or two internal housekeeping matters. Therefore, let me thank the minister, the deputy ministers, the DGs who are here from COCTA, and the officials, all of whom have given us a lot of presentations. Thank you so much. We want to thank the provincial team as well for their presentations on both the disaster issue as well as the of so that at that point we therefore want to release. We excuse. We would want to thank you, and at this point you are excused. And from the different delegations, we want to say thank you to all of you. And so we close this session to all the members, and we just want the members of the committee for the next 2-3 minutes to look at the internal housekeeping matters. Thank you very much, DG. Thanks to the whole team. You are all excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Van Veek, you are not excused. You are still in. Or is that the wrong
Chair,
Van Veek? Let's say, is that the right Van Veek or
Van
the
Veek.
wrong one?
There's only one Van Veek in
Yes.
Parliament, Chairperson. There's none other.
No, I thought this was from another province, you know.
No, it says me. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
honorable members, thank you. At this point, Sherin, just quick updates on the housekeeping matters so we can close.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I'm not sure if we must negotiate a time when the minister is available to give us an update, because for the next 2 weeks, there won't be any committee meetings due to the mini plenaries that starts at 10 o'clock in the mornings on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So our next meeting will be on the 15th of July. So I'm not sure if members, if there's an agreement, if we can get a time when the minister is available, then maybe in the evening one day that we meet with the minister. Otherwise, we'll have to stand over the report back from the minister to the 15th of July.
Okay,
Thank
let's
you,
hold it at that. Let's hold it at that, Shirin. So our next meeting is 15th of July. The members must note that. Then in between, we will check whether anything is possible where we can have an update meeting with the minister. It may not be, but if it is, then we will come back. So let's just formally note that the next meeting is supposed to be 15th of July. But if there is any negotiated arrangement, we'll alert the members in time so that they can adjust. But at this point, the next date would be 15th, and then we'll update the members on the items that would need to be dealt with at that point. We will be sending the letters to the Free State to get them to prepare for our visit. It will be a 2-day visit, as we said, but once there's new information, we'll share that with the members. Then the other one, anything new on the overseas study tour?
Not yet, Chair. We put dates as proposals, so we're just waiting to come back from the embassy on the dates that we proposed. Yes, Chair. We will inform the members if there's any feedback from the embassy.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Honorable members, unless there's something new, I'd like us to round this meeting off and close at this point. Am I missing anything in terms of the announcements? Honorable Mkalipi, are you settled? Honorable Mkalipi has even absconded. Honorable members, thank you very much. We will then meet on the 15th of July, but if any other arrangements are done, we'll make sure that the members are aware. Please cooperate with the logistics team about your travel arrangements to the Free State. The dates are fixed already. Anything else that relates to any new information will be communicated if it arises. So we have a session in the afternoon. Would like to excuse the members. It's been a long session. Thank you very much. Our meeting is adjourned. Thanks. Have a lovely day. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Chairperson.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome, members.